This is Breaking Point 2, the full movie. In the lead up to F1 25 and Breaking Point 3 coming out later in May, we've already revisited Devon Butler's origin story in the F2 story mode in F1 2019. And I also recently uploaded the full movie of Breaking Point 1. And here now in this video is my full original playthrough of Breaking Point 2 on F1 23. This is for those of you who want to re-jog your memory and relive the story, or watch it for the very first time. So without further ado, I'll let the tapes roll and let you guys enjoy Breaking Point 2 in its entirety.
Previously in Breaking Point.
Aiden, please tell us, how does it feel to be on the verge of getting behind the wheel for your very first race?
I feel like a little kid. I look around and I'm surrounded by my heroes.
And tell me about Casper Ackerman. How is that relationship coming along?
It wasn't my fault.
Well, whose fault was it then?
He tried to stop them from signing you. Didn't want to play babysitter. We all feel sorry for you, mate. You never stood a chance with him.
I had a call this morning from Tristan Horner. You're being watched.
You know what his problem is, don't you? Thinks you're getting too old.
You want respect, you give respect. That's how it works. How about you give me a little respect? How about you earn it first? I'm done. You what? I'm retiring. Why didn't it work out between you two? He's on more money than me.
What? He didn't want me on the team.
Didn't I? And you thought I was past my best?
So none of this is true.
There's always gossip in the paddock. And ever since he's arrived, it's been one man at the center of it all. I want us to push for fourth. I want us to beat Butler. And I want that seat to go to you.
So Alfa Romeo potentially on track to really upset AlphaTauri here. Butler's closing in on Ackerman. Down the inside he goes, and they've hit each other. Butler into the barrier, and that looks to be the end of the race for him. The Dutchman looks to be continuing and...
It's great to see him still in this fight, Crofty.
Good return, Aiden. What about Casper?
We let Aiden pass.
Let Aiden pass.
We did it.
We did it. Have you seen the crash yet?
Butler's okay?
Bruised ego, perhaps.
The Miami Grand Prix, several races into the 2022 season. Chapter 1, 2022, a new era for Formula 1. An overhaul of the technical regulations marks the first major update to the sport for several years. But it's not only the new cars that are turning heads down in the paddock.
What was it like bringing a brand new team to the F1 grid?
You know, the first time you see a car, your car, with your branding, your name on it, in an official race, alongside Ferrari, McLaren, Mercedes, that's what it's all about.
You make it sound like a dream come true.
If only.
When did you first get a sense of what was in store for Konnersport?
2022 season, straight out of the box. The drivers were always going to clash. That was a calculated risk. But the car had problems.
We're midway through the Miami Grand Prix. It's been a cracking race so far, and it's all up for grabs.
Absolutely, Crofty. Some fantastic driving here today. Especially, I have to say, from Aiden Jackson. I don't think I've ever seen the Konnersport car being put through its paces quite like this.
This is a team, Konnersport, that have got a lot to prove this season, but Jackson might just be the man to do it.
Okay, Aiden, nice job so far. Let's try and bring that gap down to the car ahead if you can. Copy that.
So it looks like we're picking things up from where we left off, driving as Aiden Jackson first and foremost here at this Miami GP in 2022. loving the start of all of that, you know, a kind of a Drive to Survive style retrospective interview it looked like from our team principal Andreo at Konnersport. It would seem like our objective here for this first kind of chapter is just to finish this race, but we're going to try and do a bit more than that and try and get some positions, maybe get ourselves into the points with a cheeky little move down the inside of Yuki Tsunoda. Not sure what the pace of this Konnersport car is meant to be versus the rest of the grid. And I don't know where our teammate is. Is it Devon Butler right now? I think it may be, but I don't know where Devon is at the moment. We're ahead of him, I hope, and we're going to try and charge forward for the rest of this race. We're lap 6 of 14, so there's still plenty of time to maybe gain some positions. And very much like Breaking Point 1, we're starting this story mode in the previous year of cars, but it's inside this year's game. So this is F1 23 handling with some 2022 cars as we go down the inside of Schumacher, who's still here at Haas, of course, in this year. Actually gives us a bit of a battle through the first few turns, but we are going to make quick work of him to get up into P12. We're on the soft compounder tyre, so we're on an alternative strategy to most of the grid, so we should have the pace to charge forward and get into the points. You know, Alonso P11 here. Once we get him, we've got a bit of clean air then to Bottas, who's chasing after one of the McLarens as we try and go round the outside. Alonso very stern with his defence, as you would imagine he would be, but eventually we are going to have the pace and just a bit of traction out that corner to get up into P11 and chase after Bottas, who still hasn't got past Lando Norris as we go on to lap 8. But Andreo in that intro said that we were always going to clash, us as Aiden Jackson and Devon Butler, but at the same time there was issues with the car. I'm wondering what those issues are at the moment. Maybe it's going to be tyre wear. We're on the soft tyres, so maybe these tyres are going to go off the absolute cliff as Ocon very aggressively comes out and makes contact with Bottas. We're going to make a double overtake on the second Alpine of the day and the Alfa Romeo to get up into P9. So we're in the points. We're doing really well. We've got plenty of laps still left to go in this race. So I'm wondering, maybe is it the tyres that are going to be a massive issue for us today? Are they going to drop off the cliff? I can see on the mini-map, it looks like Butler is down the order behind us. So that's a massive win straight away. We're in the points. He's not, but I wonder maybe are our tyres going to fall off? And that's where there might be a little bit of frosty clashing as Devon catches up to us. But right now, we're looking to overtake the McLaren of Lando Norris to get up into P8. Hamilton up next. Gasly's up in P6 and the other AlphaTauri. So I think, you know, with the soft tyre pace we're showing, we should be able to actually chase after both those cars and get up to a pretty lofty points-paying position of P6 as we do close up to the Mercedes and the AlphaTauri. We can see in the distance, lap 9 towards lap 10 by the end of it. Can we get the Mercedes and then chase after the AlphaTauri? That very much should be in the realm of our possibilities. Obviously, the Mercedes at this point in the 2022 season having issues. Hamilton not comfortable with this new silver arrow of his in the new era of Formula 1. He's defended well into the last 2 corners, but he's got all crossed up over the curbs, and we get a beautiful exit to get up into P7 and now on the tail of Pierre Gasly. This would be a monumental finishing position for a team that is brand new to Formula 1, so I suspect maybe points like this would be a huge win. To get P6 would be massive. You know, think back to, you know, when we play Mighty in career mode. You know, if you could get P6 in the first season, it's a huge result for you when the car is so down the order in terms of R&D and pace. So can we get Gasly? Perez on the hard compound even in P5 might be there for the taking, but we're going to make the move on Gasly, get up into P6, but there just might be some trouble brewing.
I'm losing power. Why am I losing power? Copy that. We see it. We're looking into it. Okay, I'm afraid you're going to have to retire the car, please, Aiden. Retire the car. You're joking! I'm sorry, Aiden. Pull over now, please. Pull over now. This is getting ridiculous.
And that's agonising for Jackson. Just a few laps left to go, and he's out of the Miami Grand Prix.
Oh, with every race, the car looks like a constant problem for Konnersport. It must be devastating for the drivers.
Confirmation as the car comes to a halt. The Konnersport's Aiden Jackson won't be seeing the checkered flag today, but it looks like his teammate will. Jackson's DNF puts Devon Butler in a position where he might just be able to secure some points for Konnersport.
Aiden's out. Yep, engine problem, I'm afraid. Good job you got me.
Oh, I already want to punch
Don't
him.
push it too hard. We cannot risk losing both cars here. It's in the bag, mate.
I already want to punch him.
All okay, Aiden? Yeah, how's Devon doing? Yeah, he's doing all right, mate. He looks like he's going to bring home some points for the team. Good for him.
Oh, you can already tell this relationship is just so sour. Just several races into their first season together as teammates. But my word, I didn't think it was possible, but Devon Butler might have just become even more unlikable in this second part of Breaking Point compared to Breaking Point 1 2 years ago. So the Miami Grand Prix post-race frustration and engine issue forces Konnersport's Aiden Jackson to retire only a few laps from the end of the race.
If it's not one thing, then it's another. Did you not see what happened out there today?
Aiden, I agree with you 100%. We are doing everything we can. I know the car is not perfect, but...
Andreo, it's every race.
I know the pain, buddy.
Do you know how I look losing easy points like this?
Knock, knock.
Oh.
Sounds like there's a right show going on in here. What am I missing?
Not now, Devon.
Aiden and I were just discussing issues with the car.
Again? I thought that was all in hand. I had no problems today. Smooth. You know what they say? A shoddy workman always blames his tool.
Just punch him, Aiden. Punch him!
mate. You can look at my setup data anytime you want. I've told you that. It might help.
And I've told you before. It's not a setup issue. The problem is...
Jackson. That was the problem with the 2022 season. I was getting on. I mean, at the end of 21, everyone thought Aiden was going to be signed by one of the big three. But guess they couldn't reach an agreement, so we both signed for Konnersport.
And do you think that affected Aiden?
That's no secret. Now, for that 22 season, Jackson was a nightmare.
Oh, really? Oh, really? How convenient. My God, we're only one chapter in, and he's already ruffling off feathers. That line about a workman and his tools. Can you get any more annoying? But it looks like this is now our new hub, our new motorhome at Konnersport. And just like the first story mode, we got some phone calls to add in some more story.
Aiden, hey, I wanted to give you a heads up. Now look, the crew has shared the latest telemetry data with us.
Fine, but I don't think it will tell me anything I don't already know.
Tell him.
Just humor me, okay? I'd like you to go through it. Let me know if anything jumps out. I'm keen to iron out these problems as quickly as possible for you.
Okay.
Sure thing.
Andrea seems like a nice
Thanks,
chap.
Andrea.
No thanks needed. I've got your back, Aiden. Remember what I said when you joined the team. I won't let you down. Ooh, Ackerman wouldn't let me hear the end of it.
Hey.
Yeah, sounds like Casper. You know he told me the same, right? It's just tricky, what with the car and Devon poking his nose in any chance he gets.
There is a lot going on for sure, but we're a team. We'll get there. I'll have a word with the Devon. Tell him to give you some space, both on and off the track, okay?
Yeah, all right. Good luck with that.
Yeah, good luck with that indeed. But no, Andreo, you know, he seems like a pretty decent boss, to be fair. He's trying to keep everything calm, but nice little mention of Casper Ackerman from the first story mode. So he's clearly still involved, maybe a pal of Andreo's that, you know, helped advise him to sign Aiden in the first place, maybe. But reading these news articles whilst that phone call was going on gives us a bit of a history into this storyline. And it seems like Devon Butler's father actually is the one that is bankrolling this team with Butler Global. So Butler Global is a company that Devon Butler's father owns. So we've got like a Lance Stroll situation going on here with Devon Butler and his father in this team. So that's why maybe things are a bit trickier to handle. So that's going to be a very interesting dynamic as we go on through this story. But like Breaking Point 1, we've got a social media splash page letting us know what the public are thinking, and scrolling through some familiar names from the world of F1 Twitter, including yours truly, and I've been absolutely roasted at _Arava. That Konnersport car breaks down more often than mine. I cannot believe what Codemasters have done They've absolutely clowned me. They've referenced that season of my team career mode on the last game where I had so many engine failures in one season. And that's exactly what Aiden is having now. I literally even mentioned it whilst the cutscene was playing, saying I know how it feels. I can't believe that. I must say that's a very cool little Easter egg there for myself. And for those of you who watched that series, of course, you'll know the reference. But we've now got some emails from Andreo and also Devon Butler, which is Devon's dad. Andreo basically just saying they're going to work on the issues, but here we go. Devon Butler, very much a Lawrence Stroll kind of name there. Davidoff. He just sounds posh. To all at Konnersport, I appreciate this is a group message, but believe me when I say I'm talking to each one of you individually. Thank you. I couldn't be prouder of what we've all achieved so far. To come from nothing and build such a strong and passionate foundation is nothing short of remarkable. Now let's get some serious points and show the world what we're capable of. My deepest gratitude to you all. Davidoff Butler, CEO of Butler Global. So the Butler family is bankrolling Devon Butler into this Konnersport seat. So that is going to definitely come back up later in this story. 6 weeks later, Chapter 2. Konnersport's maiden season continues to be marred by inconsistency, but team principal Andre O'Connor remains hopeful that their luck will start to change as the paddock heads to Montreal.
Hey boss, got a couple of minutes?
So ahead of the Canadian Grand Prix, we're now stepping into the shoes of Andreo, the team principal. So this is a very new, different kind of gameplay to what we saw in Breaking Point 1. We only really ever stepped into the shoes of the different drivers of Casper and Aiden Jackson, whereas now we get to make some decisions playing as Andreo, the team principal. And the first one here is local media. With this being their home circuit, Stroll and Latifi have been all over local media this weekend. One particular outlet appeared bent on using our recent struggles to pump up expectations of the home drivers. They indicated that Konnersport were easy fodder for the Canadian pair and that our drivers shouldn't put up much competition. This will affect the bonus objective in the upcoming race. So this decision we make could give us an extra mission / objective in the following race. Now, from my past experience of being a team principal in my team career mode, if this was me, Andreo, I would be going confident. Fodder, we'll show them who fodder is, alright? We'll overtake both of them. They're useless, okay? Who are they to badmouth this in the press? We've got Devon's overpromise. Devon was on a popular streamer's channel earlier this week and promised a behind-the-scenes tour of the factory for next Thursday, clashing with our scheduled team building days for the engineers. Normally, I would say we don't let Devon's flights of fancy interfere with our plans, but that video has received a lot of views. The streamer has contacted us to confirm the tour. What course of action? We've got confirm. So rescheduling the team building and letting the tour go ahead. Neutral is letting the tour go ahead, but Devon is the one that has to do it, not one of our people. And that's how I would go personally, because why should we waste an employee's time doing a tour? Devon's the one that loudmouthed it, so let him do it. And speak of the devil, he's on the phone to us.
Andreo! Just going over those last-minute strategy changes you sent over.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to make it clear, whatever happens out there today, I get pit priority, yeah?
Well, we'll see how the race develops. If you need priority, you'll get it. But I can't go into the race with that on the table.
Look. We all know Jackson's not pulling his weight. Now, if you want the points, I need to make sure he's not going to get in my way. Do you get me?
Devon, we've talked about this. Give Aiden some space. It's not about you getting in the way of each other. It's about everyone pulling together, racing as a team.
Exactly, Devon.
Of course, yeah. So, pit priority, yeah? All right, ciao.
Oh, what an arse. Right, so he wants preferential treatment no matter what happens in the race. Cool, calm. We get a little bit more context about who Andreo is in the news article. So it seems like Andreo's father had the Konnersport brand in the world of tennis. So Andreo, his son here, is bringing the Konnersport brand into Formula 1. His father had the Konnersport brand in tennis. I like these little details, you know. We're really fleshing out this kind of world that we're living in Breaking Point 2. I'm liking it. And then there's some articles about the Stroll Latifi thing. And then we get an email from Casper Ackerman. Casper, it's been so long. Andreo, I just read the interview you did, popped out of nowhere on my newsfeed. We know how you hate those things, but you're a natural. You even gave Antonio a mention. I'm sure he'd be delighted. How is the old man? Send my best. He's 90 now. Can't believe it. Time flies. That's Andrea's father. And then, as per our last chat, I'll be sending you some more Mayer highlights later today. So Casper's definitely some sort of, aid and advisor to this team, and Callie Mayer, who we know is going to be coming later on in the story. So keep an eye for the little maneuver on lap 14. You can't teach that stuff. It's sublime. So Casper is definitely going to come in later into the story to maybe try and push Mayer onto this team to, get her up from F2 into F1. And then we've got a brief message from Devon Butler, the Lawrence Stroll figure himself here in the team, to each and every member of our illustrious team. Just wanted to wish everyone the best of luck this weekend, but I know we won't need it. Andrea tells us we're making great progress, finding solutions to mitigate the problems, etc., etc. And then we've got Linda, our operations manager, booking a flight for Andrea's father, coming in business class, of course, from Japan. So interesting they're mentioning his father twice now in the news article and the email, so I don't know whether that's going to come into play. I kind of have a bad feeling maybe he's 90 years old. Is there going to be some sort of storyline with him getting old and Andrea wanting to make him proud with Konnersport? We don't know, but we now head on to the Canadian Grand Prix mid-race with several laps remaining. Aiden Jackson pushes on as he hopes to secure some much-needed points for Konnersport.
Into turn 2 we go now. Butler comes out of the pit lane. Jackson is right now with him. This is dicey, Ant. Neither one of these two wants to give way.
This would have been a lot cleaner if Jackson had just let him go. He's just not giving him an inch.
They continue onwards, still wheel to wheel, almost touching there as well, as we head down the straight towards the next chicane. Nothing to separate either car, and through the chicane we go. And now Jackson sends them both off the track, and Butler over a curb. That looked nasty.
And I do believe that one of their cars is damaged here, Crofty. I think it's Butler.
Damage, Ant, but also they've lost places too.
Unbelievable and totally unnecessary as well.
Well, one damaged car, places now to make up. What a complete mess that was.
Where did he even think it was going to go? Okay, calm yourself down. We'll look at it in the debrief later, but right now I want you to go and get those places back. Come on, let's go.
So it's only the second chapter, and Aiden and Devon have come together. Quite a bit of airtime for Devon as he went into that next section and vaulted over the curbs, broke his floor probably on the sausage curves, and now we're down in P17 and have to recover. We've got two objectives here: to get to 13th place as we go down the inside of Mick Schumacher, getting very aggressive, get the elbows out, channeling the anger I'm sure Aiden is feeling at this moment in time. But because of the answers we gave with Andrea to the press, we've got a bonus objective of finishing ahead of both the Canadians of Stroll and Latifi, trying to make good on that promise that will make them fodder. And we are going to try and make Latifi fodder into the final chicane. Easy pickings on the inside, up into P15. But we've got to climb to 13th place and then higher to try and catch up to Lance Stroll to meet that bonus objective. And that will give us more reputation in the story mode, kind of, reputation system that you may be seeing at the end of these races. And the higher we get, the more objectives and, different the story could pan out for us. So we make an easy overtake on Alexander Albon round the outside of the hairpin, just roll the car through, and now catching up to the second Williams of the afternoon, P14, fast after the Grand Prix. Big lunge down the inside of Albon. He gives us a bit of a fight through the first turn on the outside, but in the end of it, we have the better traction to go on the outside up into P13, and now catching up to Lando Norris, Guan Yu Zhou, and I'm feeling a pass at the hairpin on the inside there. The McLaren doesn't go defensive, leaves the door open, and we catch Lando napping a little bit into the hairpin, up into P12. Stroll is up the road. We've now technically got our objective for the main race to get up to 13th place again, but we want more, and we can get more as we fly past the Alfa Romeo with DRS. A lot of battery has been used, so we don't have too much left to go, but we're going to try and recover some in the corners to try and chase after Lance Stroll. Leclerc is out of the race, surprise, surprise. Ferrari disaster here in 2022. Familiar signs as we overtake Lance Stroll. We have a little bit of a rear locking moment, but at the same time, that actually allowed us just to get the elbow out and shove Stroll off the racing line. So we're now up into P9. We've met our main objective. We've met the bonus objective, and we're now just going for the maximum result we can. Bottas being caught up behind Tsunoda on the soft compound. Bottas goes for the move here. So we're watching some of the AI have a bit of a battle. Tsunoda defends well from Bottas, and he's actually going to back Bottas up into us as we try and go round the outside of this second Alfa Romeo of the day to get up into P8. We've got the fast lap of the Grand Prix, which is also another great bonus point for us. But can we get P7 to finish off this race? Our lucky number, P7 for me personally, of course, not Aiden, but for me playing as Aiden, I want to try and get that P7 gassing up the road in P6, maybe a bit out of reach. Especially with that rear snap of oversteer, and actually we have to go a bit defensive on Bottas to make sure he doesn't overtake us here. So maybe the tyre wear's kicking in now. Obviously the last 2 laps of this Canadian Grand Prix. Tsunoda though is there for the taking, and we tried to maybe go for a dive down the inside. I maybe could have committed to that like I did with the move on Lando, but I thought the better of it because I thought Tsunoda may have just turned into her. So let's try and keep this clean, because you of course do get a bonus for keeping the races clean and having good race etiquette as well. That will boost your reputation, etc. in this game mode. So we're going to try and keep it clean as possible. We have a bit of a messy last corner as the rear axle locks, but we do get the move done on Tsunoda, and we'll bring this home onto the last lap of this Canadian Grand Prix. We've recovered from our incident with Devon Butler to come home for P7 and the fast lap of the Grand Prix. I call that a resounding success. We've got our bonus objective, the finishing position. Chaos in Canada brings it down, but that was obviously part of the story. And then racing etiquette up.
So it's been a day of drama here at the Circuit Gilles Villeneuve today. But Ant, what stood out for you?
Well, it must be the Konnersport moment between the two drivers there, banging wheels, not giving each other room on track. It was entertaining, of course, but definitely for all the wrong reasons.
Yeah, we enjoyed it, certainly. And Aiden Jackson, well, he'd have enjoyed the result. He did well to recover.
He did do well to recover, but, you know, you never want to see 2 cars, if you're the team boss, seeing 2 cars hit each other. It's rule number 1, don't hit your teammate.
Given all the problems they've had this season, though, getting 1 car over the finish line, that's probably a big result for them today.
Aiden, just a heads up, we're putting the debrief back by 30 minutes.
Okay, thanks for letting me know.
Listen, while I've got you on, what happened out there today?
It wasn't my fault. Devon thinks he's the only one driving.
I don't want to dwell on it too much at the meeting, but this is not how we run a team. You know this.
Of course. It's just...
No, I don't want to hear it. We have enough problems as it is. Whatever has gone on between you 2 in the past, I need you to put it to bed.
Sure.
I don't want to have to talk to you like this, Aiden, and I'll be saying the same to Devon. Oh, come on now.
Sure.
See you at the debrief.
Oh, the tension is building. You know, to be honest, looking back at it, you got to say Aiden was a little bit at fault. He was the one diving down the inside. Obviously, I know we all love to hate Devon, but I think Aiden's a little bit culpable for what happened there in Montreal. But we move on. It's pretty clear, though, that Andrea is already getting some massive headaches now managing us two, Aiden and Devon, and that's only going to get worse and worse. But here we go, opinion. There's no such thing as home advantage. So this is an extra news article because of what we did in the race, you know, beating the 2 Canadians. So this will happen throughout the story mode. We've been told that there'll be these extra missions that we can do, and that will give us some extra little context and little bonus articles, and may even change the course of the story a little bit, depending on how big those objectives are in terms of the bonus stuff. But let's look through the socials and see what everyone's thinking. So Crofty, well, if they can't bring it in the points, they bring in the drama. I mean, I brought in the points with Aiden. Come on, we got to P7. That was some very good finishing points. And even Maxime agrees, 7th place there noted. So really nice to see the social media tweets actually base off your results. So the 7th place there that I got with Aiden was actually mentioned from Maxime's tweet in this feed. And then we're back again at at _Arava to say props to Jackson. That's a respectable finish for Konnersport. Can't knock them when they're scoring points in their maiden season. The funny thing is, that actually just sounds like me. I probably would be saying something like that if we did see something like this in a race. So yeah, good tweeting at _Arava. I agree, I concur. But we now have a blast from the past. Brian Doyle, remember him from Breaking Point 1. Aiden, just thought I'd send you a cheeky hello from the sunny Barbados. Oh, nice for some. Been watching you race, nice to see some things never change, and by that I mean Butler is still a clown. Yes, Brian, yes, he knows the score. But Brian here clearly enjoying post-retirement life, but he says, anyway, race fast, kid, and don't be a stranger. Oh, lovely to hear from Brian from the first story. We've got Andreo talking about the debrief, so let's grab a coffee and a comfort break beforehand, and then we'll have it half an hour later. And then we've got our PA giving you a message about a phone interview at 5:30 a.m. Try to rearrange because of the time difference. And a reminder that we've got an auction for Nigel Mansell's racing gloves in the next month. If you really want them, we need to discuss how high we're willing to go. I'd be mid-race at the time of the auction, so she'll have to bid for me. So my PA will try to help me maybe get Nigel Mansell's racing gloves. As we go to the Hungarian Grand Prix now, several weeks later for Chapter 3. With over half of the 2022 season now in the books, and having endured more than their fair share of teething issues, Aiden Jackson and the team at Konnersport attempt to prove the doubters wrong and make a strong statement before heading into the summer break.
Hey there, can you raise that lamp about 6 inches, right? Excellent. A butler should always look sharp. So.
At what point in the 22 season was it clear to you that the team was struggling?
Oh, well, right after the Hungarian GP. I may only be the money, but even to me it was obvious. The whole thing was a shambles.
Yet again, Konnersport, Jackson and Butler battling it out on track. It seems as
Hang
if
on
they...
2 seconds, Nat.
Okay, Devon, Aiden's lapping faster than you. I need you to let him pass, please. Devon, do you copy? Listen to me, I need you to let Aiden pass now.
Butler just completely blanking the order there. Seems like he didn't even acknowledge it.
Too true, but as you can see, no way through for Jackson. No way at all. This Konnersport rivalry is getting heated on the track here in Hungary.
Come on, this is a joke!
So we've now met Butler Sr., Devon's father, and he has cited this Hungarian Grand Prix where everything seemed to be a bit of a shambles, and we've been met with a situation of Devon Butler ignoring team orders. We're on lap 11 out of 18 of this Hungarian Grand Prix. We're on the fresher tyres, on the mediums. Butler is on the hards. Our objective to overtake Butler before lap 14 and a bonus of finishing in the top 8. But before we think about that bonus objective, we need to try and first get past Devon, and we might be able to do it on this lap even, and at the same time send a statement to him, his father, the team, the F1 world maybe, as we're gaining with DRS. We're going to dive down the inside and go straight on purpose. We're going to take out Butler at turn 1, take him proper wide. A warning for collision, but we can carry on and then get on with the rest of our race. But this onboard from Butler is going to look pretty damn good from my perspective. Oh, lovely. That's what you love to see. That's giving us the Rosberg-Hamilton vibes, that is, as we try to take Devon completely wide, went straight on and just slowed the car down on purpose. He turns in and taken wide, puff of smoke, but at the same time, we haven't ruined our race as we now continue on to try and get that top 8 then to finish off the bonus objective. But we've overtaken Devon. We've got an updated objective actually to now finish in the top 10, but the bonus is what we're going to aim for, the P8, as we now catch up to Sebastian Vettel on lap 13. Devon absolutely miles behind now as we send one down the inside of the 4-time world champion, stuck behind a battle between Esteban Ocon and Alexander Albon. You can see in the top left the objective of P10 is Fernando Alonso, but further 2 positions then to try and maximise what we can do here in Chapter 3 with the bonus objectives. But Albon in the Williams, he's going to be slowing off Ocon, so this is an opportunity to dive down the inside, catch him napping a little bit, as Ocon probably worrying too much about trying to get past Albon in a clean manner. So we just get down to the inside, and that Williams is going to be quite slow through the last corner, so we're going to try and float this round the outside, find the power early on thanks to the new 23 handling, plant the power early, DRS open, up into P12, and we've now got 4 laps to try and chase after P8. Plenty of clean air to catch up to Ricciardo. There's a lot more clean air ahead of him, so can we make a move on the outside? This is going to be one hell of an overtake round the outside of Rick Bobby in the McLaren up to P11. We've now got 5 seconds to close up to Fernando Alonso. Magnussen P9. I don't know who's P8. I hope it's not a very quick car. Otherwise, that bonus objective may be a little bit difficult. But eventually, we do close up to Alonso 2 laps later, lap 16. So this is going to be pretty damn tight, because I think it's Lando in P8. But by the time we catch them, this is going to be right on the margin to get this bonus objective done. But can we get Alonso in maybe the similar way we could on Albon? No, not quite. That Alpine has much better performance than the Williams, but we're going to make the move on the inside. Alonso gives us a little squeeze, but he's on the hard compounded tyre, so it's going to be no bother for us into turn 1. Easy does it. Missed the apex a little bit, but we now get into a groove to close up the gap. We've got 2.25 to Magnussen, and then thankfully Lando Norris not too far ahead of him in the other McLaren for the bonus of P8. We've got the main objective P10, whilst also doing our own side quest of taking out Devon Butler, which was so satisfying, I must say. It's always a good day when you can do that to Devon Butler. But now closing on Magnussen, and this is crunch time now as we go on to the last lap of the Grand Prix on the outside of the Haas. Again, we can't really go around the outside like we did versus the Williams, but we'll get this done in a straight line. We've got just enough battery to use maybe to get through to the inside of the Haas late on the brakes, and we're now in sight for that P8 of the McLaren. But we've only got 1 lap left to go. We've only got about 5%, 4% on the ERS, but we are going to gain and be there in the last sector to make a move. But this is going to be a late one. We're leaving it to the last sector of the last lap to get this P8. Some good points for Konnersport and get the maximum bonus objective we can in this race. Big dive down the inside there. Lando's going to give us a little pinch, but we're going to keep our foot in there. Max Verstappen, unsurprisingly, wins this Hungarian Grand Prix, but we've absolutely smashed this in terms of smashing Devon Butler off and doing Jackson proud by getting up into P8. Some good points, but what is the fallout going to be after this one? You know, Devon, he disobeyed team orders. He was asked to move out of the way, and we got boosted racing etiquette. Even the game liked us taking out Devon Butler.
So Nats, who else out there deserves a mention today?
Well, I feel like there are a couple, but let's start with Aiden Jackson.
Couldn't agree more. Jackson had a brilliant race, didn't he?
Yeah, we know Konnersport has struggled all season. Jackson's done really well today, and that's in spite of the problems with his own teammate.
Even before they became teammates, these two had their fair share of run-ins. It's a fascinating rivalry. You can't take your eyes off it for one moment. But nonetheless, some much-needed points today for Konnersport.
Thank you, Crofty. Yes, some much-needed points for the team with Aiden, and now an interview with Natalie.
Well, a good race out there again today, Aiden. But what we do all want to know, what exactly happened with Devon? It sounded like he completely ignored a direct team order.
He did. We were on the faster compound, so there's no excuses there. And because of what we've done already in the story mode, we've unlocked an extra answer that we can do because we're level 2 here.
Yeah, what do you expect? It's Devon. He was out of order out there. He really needs to rein it in. He's not the only one driving. I'm sure the team will have a lot to say about it.
Well, he did certainly seem to cause you some trouble out there today. And after that, and what happened in Canada, What would you say to those wondering if the old Jackson-Butler rivalry is well and truly back?
Oh, Natalie, we can say a whole host of things. Old habits don't die hard. That's in the past. That's not in the past. It's very much in the present and the future, I think. The press takes the rivalry more serious than we do. Not too sure about that. To me, I think the best answer here is the problem is Devon will never change. In fact, he's actually got worse.
I think the bigger problem is that Devon will never change. Devon only cares about Devon, and I'm not going to bend to that. So call it what you want.
So issues with Devon aside, how do you feel it went out there today? Do you think the team will be pleased with your performance?
It was a good race all round. We took out Devon, but we could have pushed it harder. I think without the taking him out, maybe a couple more positions, and we've got that extra answer unlocked because we're level 2 in reputation. So we'll go with that one.
Could I have pushed it harder? Probably. It was a good enough result, but you know, with the past issues of the car, I feel maybe we held back a little bit. I'll definitely be putting in the work for the next race weekend, for sure.
So you mentioned the car there. In that regard, Konnersport's not had the easiest of times so far this season. Has that all been sorted? Are those reliability concerns well and truly behind you?
And I think, again, we're going to use that extra answer with unlock because there are no problems. There's still some problems, clearly, with the team itself rather than just the car and then common problems for new teams. I think I'd rather go with I hope so, but we'll see in the next races.
I hope so. I mean, today was good. Yeah, there was no issues with the car. It's always difficult when a driver brings everything they've got and the car lets them down at the last minute. But, you know, I've been told the team has got it all under control, so yeah, we'll see what happens in the next few races.
That's great, thank you.
But now it's time for the fallout post the Hungarian Grand Prix. Despite Devon's lack of cooperation during the race, Aiden still manages to get past his teammate and secure points at the Hungaroring.
Okay, I'll leave that in your capable hands. Devon, you had a problem with a team order today?
Didn't happen.
What?
What?
Look, I know everyone's saying I ignored it, but it didn't happen. I never got the order. Check the comms.
You little...
Shoddy workman always blames his tools, eh?
Check the comms.
Oh.
Okay, we checked the communication pipeline. Fix it. This cannot happen again.
Typical.
Favoritism.
Aiden, listen.
What's the point?
It's just Devon being Devon.
And what? That makes it okay? He's an arrogant...
No, you're right to call him out. But imagine if we didn't give him certain freedoms. He'd be even harder to manage. As his father, I know. Aiden, you're the best driver that we have. And it's right for you to put Devon in his place. He needs it. The team needs it.
Okay.
Thanks. Between you and me, I don't think this team is right for me. I think...
Honestly, we don't deserve you. And I know that you're being discussed at other teams. So just keep doing what you're doing.
Sure. I'm sorry if I've spoken out of turn. About Devon.
Not at all. You know the best way to keep Devon in his place?
What's that?
Beat him.
Okay. Mr. Butler coming in with the surprise conversation there. Clearly some favoritism, though, going on with Andrea, at least, with what can be said in public in those meetings. But behind closed doors, maybe Mr. Butler is on our side in terms of knowing how much of a dick his son is, potentially, I don't know. We've once again got some decisions to make from Andrea's perspective. This one about a film production company wanting to do a little shooting with one of our drivers. A Star is Born. I think we've got to pick Aiden for that one. Then we've got He Said What. So we've got about the press disregarding the team order. How should we play it? Should we confirm, deny, or play it cautious? I think because we've got that extra answer on lot, we should go with that one. Play it cautious. We don't know ourselves. Let's be open that we're running some tests into the communications. That's a very PR-driven answer. And then this is a response from a choice we made earlier in Chapter 2, I think it was, about Devon doing the factory tour. It's actually come back and blown up in our face. Devon did the tour and pretended like the entire team works for him, which isn't great for team morale. So that was not a great decision by us, unfortunately, as playing as Andrea. Damn it.
Davidoff.
So, I had a word with Aiden.
And?
Nothing to worry about. Don't think there'll be any more problems.
What did you say?
Doesn't matter. We level with each other. Just leave Aiden to me from now on.
And, what about Devon?
What about Devon?
We both know it wasn't the comms, right?
Andrea, listen. Devon may push his luck from time to time, but I won't have his integrity questioned. If he says it was the comms, then you know what to do. Yes?
Right. Sure. I'll have them checked again.
See that you do.
Oh, what a little weasel. The political game is big. It's rife here at Konnersport. That tone was so condescending. So, Davidoff's basically playing both sides. He's making sure he's got Aiden on side with these private conversations, while still saying to Andrea, no, you're going to favour Devon, not going to make him look bad. You can't have it both ways, sir. And I think basing off him saying, you know, knowing everything was a shambles from Hungary, he's definitely playing a game here of trying to make sure Devon looks good and just trying to squash Aiden being open-mouthed and, telling her how it is, basically. So the politics are quite large already in this story, and they're only going to continue, I'm sure, in future chapters. We've got some questions here for Andrea. We've got sold-out merchandise, so we can either increase production of the merchandise, making the team successful, helps every part of the business, or we can make do with the fact we're selling them out. I reckon we should go for increased production. Why not? I mean, it makes kind of sense, if they're selling out that much, then clearly there's the demand for that. And then we've got a question about developing the car. Do we move over development to the 2023 car, or do we stick with trying to find some upgrades on this year's car? Personally, I would move it to the 23 car. We've seen so far in the first 3 parts that the 22 car isn't that great, so why try and bury development into it rather than try and, move it to next year? We could go with the answer for both, but I've not unlocked that answer because you need to be level 3 on the, I think performance or whatever that is on the level. So we'll go to the 23 car and move over development there.
So what about Callie Mayer? Was she on your radar at this point?
Of course. She was making big waves in F2. And Ackerman would not shut up about her.
We now come to the Netherlands for an F2 sprint race in Chapter 4. Upcoming British F2 driver Callie Mayer finds herself dominating the competition in the sprint race at Zandvoort. Not content to sit out in the front leading the race, Mayer and the team at Trident decide to opt for an unorthodox strategy.
Here's our race leader, Callie Mayer. She has been blisteringly fast around Zandvoort here today.
And look at that! She's going into pit!
Interesting strategy they've decided on there. She has been lapping at rapid pace, but is this the right call?
Yeah, it's a bold move, for sure. Looks crazy to me, but let's find out.
Here she goes then, on brand new tyres. The rest of the field still sticking with their original set. Where exactly does Callie Mayer come out? Let's see.
Okay, Callie, let's go. We're going to leave it to you. You know what to do. Come on.
Copy that. I'm on it.
Okay, so for the first time in this story mode, we are racing and playing as Callie Mayer. We know Devon Butler's sister, but that's going to come into play later on. Right now, we're just going through her progression through F2 in the middle of the season, going for a very unorthodox strategy. I must say, it's a very YouTuber strategy, this is. Going for an extra pit stop because we're so quick and we know we have the pace to re-overtake everyone. So we've pit for another time in the sprint race, something you'd not normally do, but if you're Charles Leclerc or Callie Mayer, clearly a way to go. As Leclerc's done this before at Bahrain in sensational fashion to still take the victory. And we're going to try and do just that with Callie Mayer as we go round the outside of Nissani. Very, very smooth move on the outside, all about momentum in the Formula 2 cars. But yeah, this is our first inkling then into the, third character of Callie Mayer in the story mode. And we heard the name of Casper Ackerman pop up there by Andrea. I really hope we get to see him pop up properly in the story mode, not just by mention, because, yeah, I think we all kind of grew to Ackerman in the first story mode in back on F1 2021 as we now make a move on Deruvala on the outside. Easy does it the long way around as we're setting purples and setting the track alight as we catch the guys on hard tyres. We're on the soft, so 2 steps softer compound this is, so we should be flying through, and we are going to do just that on Fittipaldi. He's going to give us just about enough room to go through on the inside as we're on lap 10. We're up to P8, so we've still got 7 overtakes to make in 5 laps. Thankfully, a couple of them are bunched up together, so we should be able to make a couple in a lap or two, I would say, as we go on to another lap, and it's going to be another pretty decent lap time, enough to get us another fast lap of the Grand Prix. Green second sector, though. That's just because the overtaking, basically. But now we're catching up to Pourchaire, first and foremost, in P7. And then, well, the lead goal is Armstrong up in P1 there. So he's in total about 8 seconds down the road. So that's so don't think of about 7 positions in 4 laps. It's more like 8 seconds in 4 laps. But with the difference of pace we've got on the soft compound versus the hards, we are flying through these guys. Then comes Owasa, who is obviously, if you guys watched my earlier video today, our brand new teammate in F1 23 My Team career mode, but we're going to embarrass him a little bit and go down the inside for a very late move. He gets out of the way as we use all the curb to make the move on the inside, and now going on to lap 12 and looking to make a pounce on Logan Sargent. I think we can probably make a dive on the inside at turn 1. Let's go for it. Very late on the brakes. Ease it in. Sargent goes a little wide, and we're going to squeeze him out by getting the elbow out there for good measure, just to finish off and book in this P5. But we still have 4 more places to go. Yellow flags ahead might help us out, though. Is there going to be a car out ahead of us? Is that someone racing? It is. It's Armstrong. The race leader is out of the race. Armstrong was leading. He's out. It's now Liam Lawson that leads the way. To be honest, Lawson's maybe a tougher opponent to try and overtake for the race lead compared to Armstrong, but either way, we've got to get past all 3 of these guys. We've got Hager next up, then Novalak in second place, and then Lawson is just down the road. But can we make the pass on these 2 in this last sector with DRS open? We're going to have to try and line up this move now, otherwise we're going to get held up too much. Tiny bit of contact as we misjudged pulling out on the inside there, but we're up into P3 now. I reckon we can get Novalak onto this next straight into turn 1, and then Lawson will be there for the taking on the very next lap. So we're going to leave it to the second last lap of the Grand Prix, so not completely very late, but still cutting it fine really to go from where we were up to first place and get this story objective of getting up to first place with Mayer. And Novalak puts up a bit of a fight into turn 1, a little bit of tyre banging, but all good into P2, and now we set our sights on Lawson to complete this mission, this objective of getting back to P1 and emulating Charles Leclerc from Bahrain here now with Callie Mayer at Zandvoort gaining on the Carlin car. Lawson, little bit defensive there, and he's actually done very well to chop it through on the outside, but we're going to switch it basically from left to right and get the move done on the inside. Kind of almost dummied him because he did move very aggressively to the outside there, and we just switched it to the inside, caught him napping a little bit, smooth as you like, and we're up into P1. And now, of course, on the soft compound tyre, we can just look off into the distance, drive off into the distance, and come through onto the last lap of the Grand Prix to win this F2 sprint at Zandvoort with Callie Mayer having done an extra pit stop. Not too shabby.
Callie Mayer, take a bow. What a masterclass to finish first here in the Netherlands. It was such an unlikely strategy from Mayer, but she and the team have made a success of it. What a race, what a performance, what a genuine joy to watch. Our drivers are making their way out for the podium celebrations, and it's going to be Trident picking up the winner's trophy. Congratulations to the entire team for coming out on top in that amazing race.
Post-race, Mayer manages to win in a convincing fashion after an unconventional pit stop. Each race win shows why Mayer is such a promising young driver in Formula 2.
Callie, what do you put your success down to this season?
Oh, I'd say probably my speed.
In what way?
I find lapping faster than everyone else really helps. Casper,
No, no, no.
Seriously though, I have a great team around me, and this guy, more than anyone else, has been pretty useful to have around. Casper, what are you shy? Come up here.
Yes, okay, okay.
And Callie says you've been a factor this season, Casper.
I'm not the one driving.
Didn't agree with my tyre strategy though.
This one has no respect for elders.
But can you give us more detail as to the exact role that you're playing, Casper?
None whatsoever. It's all about her.
He's probably right, to be fair.
So, were you already in touch with Casper Ackerman at that point?
Ackerman and I go way back.
Oh, it's good to see Casper Ackerman back in the story here. Andrea and him clearly very good pals from a previous past, but we're now in the hub with Callie Mayer, and I think we've got a phone call on the way from her mum.
Let me guess, you saw the race, couldn't be prouder, and everyone in the office wouldn't stop screaming.
Well, that saved me a few minutes. Guess I'll speak to you later then.
How are you, Mum?
Oh, I couldn't be prouder, Cal. That was one hell of a race. Everyone in the office wouldn't stop screaming.
Shut up.
Honestly, the way you're driving, I think we're going to have to change your name.
What's here this time?
Callie Winner. You've got this in the bag, Cal.
Oh, okay. That is the kind of award-winning journalism that we really do need right now, but one race at a time, okay?
That sounds like Casper talking. Is he looking after you?
Yeah, always. Actually, I've got a meeting with him that I'm running a bit late for, so I've got to dash. I'm sorry.
Oh, okay, sweetheart. Call me tonight and well done.
Yeah.
So we know Callie Mayer is Devon's sister, so I'm guessing that their parents, Davidoff and Evelyn there, I'm guessing they broke up, divorce, maybe messy enough where, well, clearly Mayer's not even got the Butler surname, so she's broken off her family name there. So clearly something's gone on in the background, which is going to be pretty juicy when eventually Callie and Devon cross paths, because we know that's going to happen at some point in this story. But right now, just going through the emails, and Casper, well, he's a bit camera shy. I mean, he was always a bit of a Kimi Räikkönen character in Breaking Point 1, so not surprised at the fact he doesn't want to be in front of the camera, and the focus is all on Callie as his kind of mentor, let's say. And then the tyre strategy, well, unorthodox, it still worked pretty damn well, as it did, like I said, for Leclerc back in Bahrain, worked for us this time. And then we've got just some ask about our availability for an interview, as we are probably one of the hottest prospects in F2 right now this season, as I assume Callie's in the contention for the championship, as we know, because you'll be eventually going on to fight for the title. But now we go on to several weeks later, the Japanese Grand Prix, throwing it back to the F1 team at Konnersport in Chapter 5. With only a handful of races remaining in the 2022 campaign, Konnersport are still looking to make their mark on the sport during their first season as part of the F1 grid.
Davidoff?
Connor, just thought I'd call for a catch-up.
Wait. What time is it where you are?
Doesn't matter. I wanted a report before the race.
Ah, right. I did ask them to send across all the data to you. Perhaps they forgot. I'll make sure to,
No, I got it all here. Busy man, Andrea. I don't have time to read all that. How's it all look?
The car is running well, data's solid. Whole team seems confident, and based on the forecasts, we're sticking to the original tire strategy as we discussed. So we'll see.
Good. And the boys?
Keeping to themselves, so no fireworks. Aiden's been a little quiet, but that's usually a good sign before a race. And Devon's...
I've already spoken to Devon. He's good to go.
Oh. Right.
Well, keep up the good work. Good luck. I'm sure we'll speak after.
I think by the end of this story, we may grow to hate Davidoff more than Devon. I think. He's just a bit sly. You can just tell it in his voice. He's a bit sly. He's playing all the plates. We saw that in the last part, with Chapter 3, where, he was saying one thing to Aiden, another to, Andreo, subtly, about the whole comms issue and all that stuff, but bigging up Aiden, in private. I think he's just trying to kind of play everyone in the right kind of way to make it work for him or make it work for Devon, basically, I guess. I don't know. But looking at social media chatter, apparently Konnersport might be finding their footing on the F1 grid, according to Jess there in-game. So we'll see. We'll see how Japan goes. But we've got an email from Casper himself about he's read an interview with Davidoff, and he can't imagine how much of a nightmare it is to work with him. Casper, if only you knew, okay? These calls, they're just vexing. They're just stressed. Team dinner email from our operations manager, and also little tiny tidbit about Andrea's father getting married at 90 years old. Jesus. Right, I thought it was going to be some bad news that Andrea's dad was going to give it. I thought he was, like, you know, gonna blow the big one. But no, he's just getting married. I guess that was the news he was going to tell us. So no drama there, actually. So no maybe tragedy story for Andrea. Actually quite a happy one. But now we've got a Star is Born thing to decide from. So we've got either the team can do some filming, and that's going to take into some time for the testing that we had planned, or we just sack off the film and we do the testing. Now, I would say, you know, the film would be a good idea for marketing purposes, but I think also at the same time that might not be a great idea for the car and the team, depending on where. I mean, it's not been a great season for us, so we should do testing, really, in reality. So we're going to go ahead and answer that way for that one, and we got a booster to our performance for the Star is Born choice, but we didn't get a booster to our reputation. But it comes and goes. We have to pick our battles. But now we go to the Japanese Grand Prix mid-race. A solid start to the race. He's Aiden on pace for one of his better performances behind the wheel of the Konnersport car.
Okay, mate, I need you to push before the pit window opens. Push, push.
On it.
Okay, we've jumped in the middle of the Japanese Grand Prix. We're going well, but we've got to now try and overtake Bottas before lap 8. Our engineer spurring us on. We've got a couple of cars in between ourselves and Bottas to go. P11 to P8, about 2.5 seconds. Bottas on the soft compounder tyre. We're on the mediums, so we'll see what the pace is like on the mediums. And then we've got a bonus of finishing above Butler, which we absolutely have to try and do. As we skip past Sonoda at the spoon curves with ease. He's on the hard compounder tyre, to be fair. Now maybe comes a challenge with Sainz on the mediums. Bit of battling going on as Latifi struggles to get out of the way of Sainz and holds him up, and Bottas as well. So Latifi gets out of our way, so it's almost like the GOAT was helping us out there as we now close up to Sainz, who's being held a little bit by the Alfa Romeo. So can we get Sainz unawares, catch him napping a little bit to the next right hand? They're going to go for the dive. Easy does it over the curb, up into P9, and now Bottas is in sight, and we should be able to make a move to the inside for the next hairpin, in the banked hairpin to the inside. Bottas locks up, and that's going to allow us to smoothly go up to P8.
Another pit stop here at Suzuka. This time it's Aiden Jackson coming in. He's been making steady progress today, and Konnersport need him to. They desperately need some results, and they could do without this. And look, there's chaos in that garage.
Absolutely, only 3 wheels on the car at the moment, Crofty. Aiden Jackson looks on in despair. Here comes that spare wheel now.
That's a long, long time to wait, just sat in the cockpit. What is going on down at Konnersport?
Well, the tyre is finally out of the garage and on the car, and Aiden Jackson's back out in the race, but it's a long time in the pit, and that will cost them dearly.
What was that? How many places did I lose? Okay, try not to worry about that, Aiden. Just focus on the race, get your head down, and let's pull it back. I'm sick of this!
What a disaster. That is a calamity that Ferrari would be proud of, I must say, in the pit lane. So, very slow stop. We're down to P13. P13. And we've got to try and, well, the bonus is beating Devon Butler, but also the main objective is just finishing in 8th place at least. So, I don't know where Butler is in comparison. I hope he's somewhere near 8th place, otherwise that may be a difficulty. We are on the soft compounder tyre though, so we make easy work of Lando Norris on the hards, and we're driving with a bit of anger and red in the cockpit following that pit stop incident. We should be able to get Gasly at the hairpin, I hope, and then we've got a bit of clean air as Gasly goes over the curb, and We caught up to him a little bit too quickly there. Wasn't ready for that, and so thankfully no damage. We do have actually sim damage on in this story mode, so I'm quite surprised there wasn't actually a bit of damage to the front wing there, so he got off a little bit lucky as we now regain to re-overtake Tsunoda. He's in P10 trying to hold on for points in his home Grand Prix. Sorry Yuki, we're going to fly past him into the points paying positions again, but then there they are, Sainz and Bottas once again there for the taking, and this time it's going to be a bit of a different situation because we need to get past them and then move on up because Butler is up there in P7, I can see on the minimap as we make quick work of Carlos Sainz, and then we're going to dive down the inside of Bottas, and it's deja vu for him as he gets overtaken at the same hairpin. But I probably could have done that move later on, but I was so desperate to get past down the inside because I wanted to get into this clean air to chase after Devon, as now we've caught up to our teammate on lap 10. 3 laps to go, looking to overtake Butler, not making a rash move in the spoon curves. Instead, we're going to try and get this done at 130R. Plenty of ERS battery usage. We pull alongside, and he's actually got the legs on us there on the medium tyres, but we're going to commit to the inside of 130R. Devon's still there in the mirror as we cut to the inside to defend. Little lock up from us. We go wide, and that's going to help us defend against Butler. And now it's kind of a free game. We've completed our objective. We've also done the bonus. It's now just about how high we can climb in this race. So we'll go on and chase after Esteban Ocon. He's on the hard tyres in P6, and he's going to be a bit of an easy target on the hards. I suspect he's been on them for a while. As now, oh, yellow flag's behind. What happened to... Oh, I think Ocon span. Let's look at a replay there. Okay, that may have been half my fault, but Ocon getting a bit too eager on the throttle there, on the curb and spinning it. Don't say we don't ever help Devon Butler out, because we definitely just inadvertently helped Butler out by letting him have one free position with Ocon's spin there, but wasn't in the game plan exactly. But by the last lap of the Grand Prix, we're going to catch up to Hamilton to have a go at the Mercedes, and Hamilton really backs out of it into turn 1. I don't know if he's facing a lot of tyre wear on those mediums, but we're absolutely bossing this with a purple first sector and catching up to Russell. This is going to be an absolute stonker of recovery for Aiden Jackson to get up into P4 versus the likes of the Mercedes cars. Are you mad? We are literally out driving anything they throw at us with these pit stop issues and story issues, as we're now side by side with Russell. Gave him a bit of room, didn't want to make contact there, and now we're jockeying for position, and we're going to get Russell just before 130R. He's going to come back at us though. The Mercedes back in the slipstream. The Mercedes comes back at us, but we're going to re-overtake through into the entry for 130R. Surprise, surprise, Max Verstappen wins the Japanese Grand Prix. And of course, if this is matching real life, he's going to become a 2-time F1 World Champion. But we've recovered very well indeed to get up into P4 after that pit stop blunder. And I want to point out, this is on the hardest difficulty on hard settings, so they maybe need to tweak this a little bit, but we've done very well.
Well, it's still too close to call at the top of the table. Meanwhile, at the other end, you can really understand Aiden Jackson's frustrations too.
Yeah, they've had car problems all season long, Crofty. They've had a bad mix-up in the garage today. Konnersport won't be proud of that one.
And Konnersport won't be proud of that. It's the longest pit stop we've had this season. Not the sort of record any team wants to set.
And now to round it off, we've got an interview with Pinkham.
Well, Aiden, I'm sure you already know what I'm going to ask. That pit stop looked like a nightmare. So what on earth happened today?
We need to play this right. I think we're going to go with every race has its hiccups. That's a good answer. Doesn't put full blame on anyone or the team. Kind of playing the PR line there with every race has things go wrong.
Yeah, well, we all know that every race has a hiccup, so you can just never tell when it's going to happen. You just got to be ready and roll with the punches. I guess on the plus side, a mess up like that means that this mistake will never happen again.
Well, there is a lot of talk on social media about whether Devon is actually getting preferential treatment by the team. So do you think, is there any truth to that, or is it an unfair assumption?
Oh, I'm going to have to go with no comment. Big PR answer. No comment.
I couldn't possibly comment about that. I'll let everyone draw their own conclusions.
Well, Aiden, the list seems to get longer. Car reliability, you and Devon bumping wheels, and now issues in the pit lane. Huge mounting problems at Konnersport. Has there been any talk at all about what the team might do next season, considering that you and Devon just don't seem to get along?
Right, well, Davidoff talked to us about those rumours, but he also told us just to drive the car. So I think in the you know, pursuit of playing the PR line, maybe we'll just go, it's all about Konnersport right now. Let's not kind of talk into speculation, let's say.
Yeah, I've been thinking about next season. But who knows what the future will bring. At the moment, it's all about Konnersport and bringing in as many points as I can.
And finally, I've got to ask you about this. It has been reported that Mercedes have agreed a deal for George Russell to play a small part in the latest Throttle Zone movie.
This was a bit of a left field question. I didn't understand where this came from about asking about George Russell. I mean, I don't know. What's our affiliation to George Russell? Are Aiden and George mates in this alternate virtual world of Breaking Ball? I have no idea. We're going to say you know, he's got a lot of other outside talents.
I've always thought George would make a great actor, actually. I mean, he's got his own suit, he's ready for the red carpet. He's got a lot to offer outside of the F1 world, so, yeah, I'm pleased that he's finally getting the chance to show us all what he's got.
That's great, thank you.
I think that was honestly just a way of poking fun at George Russell, to be honest, in the way he kind of poses for Instagram shots, etc. maybe. But here we are then, the Japanese Grand Prix post-race here in Chapter 5. An untimely pit stop error costs Aiden valuable time at the Japanese Grand Prix, which only serves to stoke his frustrations with the team at Konnersport.
Talk to me.
About what? You saw the race, right? What is there to say?
Thought you could do with blowing off a little steam.
What is even the point in wasting any more energy? If it's not the car, it's the team. If it's not the team, it's the car. No one seems to care how much effort I'm putting into all of this.
Which is why you need to double down. Listen, I promised I wouldn't say anything, but the top three are talking, Aiden.
What?
They've already reached out to us. Looks like there might be some last-minute negotiations on the cards, but keep that to yourself, okay?
Yeah, of course.
No doubt there'll be some wrangling. You're contracted for another season, but your tenacity has been noticed.
Wow, I don't know what to say.
Don't say anything you're not supposed to know. I hate to admit it, but Konnersport can't keep up with you, Aiden. Just do me a favor, would you?
Yeah, sure. What is it?
I need you to push as hard as you can to get as much out of you before I lose you to a better team. Can you do that for me?
Of course. No problem.
Good boy. You know I'm here whenever you need me. Speak soon.
I can't tell what Davidoff's playing at, because in that call he genuinely seemed like he's actually up for helping Aiden there, blow off some steam, you know, just, you know, you can shout at me on the phone call rather than in public. I don't know. Maybe he does genuinely care about the team or Aiden, maybe, and or maybe it's really about Devon, and inadvertently, if the team does better, then Devon does better. I don't know. But he does. It's a weird one. I guess that's the whole point of it. It's a pretty decent writing, actually. That I'm second guessing how Davidoff is as a character. But we've got update on the auction. This was on the Nigel Mansell gloves, and we didn't get it. We didn't get the Nigel Mansell gloves. That's annoying. I thought maybe that could have been a wearable item, perhaps, in the rest of the story if we did get it. And then we got an email from Brian again, just talking about the race and etc. So it's kind of cute that Brian just constantly wants to talk to us over email, and he keeps also. I think he's also just rubbing in the fact he's retired, because he keeps mentioning he's retired and he's in some sunny place. That's not the F1 paddock.
You saw it, right? The pit stop? How am I supposed to deal with that? I know. I want a chance to prove what I can do, though. In a top-tier seat. I deserve it. I've heard there might be interest. I can't stay here. Okay. Well, what would you do?
So, what advice did you give him?
Well, I told him to try to stay calm, see out the season, and then go to the final team meeting. See if that changed his mind.
And where were you at this point?
Oh, I was busy getting Callie ready for the final race of the F2 season.
Chapter 6. Having put together a number of impressive performances throughout this season, Callie Mayer finds herself within touching distance of the Formula 2 Championship at the season finale in Abu Dhabi.
I know why you're calling, but make it quick because I have to keep my head in the game.
Of course, darling, but it wouldn't be right if I didn't call to wish you luck.
Thanks, Mum, but luck really won't do anything. I need a clean strategy and just to keep my head, that's all.
Look, which you do, and you will. Just breathe, Cal, okay? You've already put the work in. Now all you need to do is get out there and do what you always do. Yeah?
Yeah. You're right.
Who knows? If you bring this one home, I may even call your father to gloat a little.
Mum, not now.
Oh, I'm just trying to lighten the mood a bit.
I know. You'll be watching, right?
Just try and stop me. Race fast, honey.
Well, for all the confidence that Callie was boasting in the last part of this series and playthrough of the story, definitely seems like she's a little bit nervous about how this F2 finale is going to go out, but of course we will be trying our best to make history go the way we need it to go to progress everything. Can she do it and become the first ever woman to win the Formula 2 Championship? And then how is that going to play out? How is that going to play into the next season? Because we're now at the end of 2022 then with F2. I don't know if we're going to see the end of the F1 season as well, because we did swap back to the Japanese Grand Prix last episode to see how things were going for Konnersport, and they weren't going too well. So, you know, at some point there's going to be some sort of awkward kind of conversation to be had about what to do with Callie Mayer when we hopefully go out and win the F2 Championship. Because when you win the championship, you can't return. That's it. You can't return to the series, and the thinking is you're signed by a Formula 1 team, and is that team going to be Konnersport? Is Aiden on the way out? It certainly sounded like it, you know, from the rumours we've been hearing from Davidoff about murmurings about Aiden being scouted a bit, and he seems pretty confident as well. And even Casper's advice, just sit it out, do the job, and then see how things go at the end of the season. But at the moment, all eyes on the F2 finale, and Casper is here once again to spare some words of wisdom there. Good stuff, Casper. Very wise words there. But now it's time to go to Abu Dhabi mid-race. With only a few laps remaining, Callie sets her sights on the F2 Championship.
The final race of the season now well underway here in Abu Dhabi. A few different drivers in contention for the F2 Championship. But here's the favourite, Callie Mayer.
She's been so consistent this season, so fast. My money's on Mayer for the championship, no question.
If she can finish high enough, the title belongs to her.
How am I doing? It's looking good, Callie. Come on, a podium should clinch this for us.
Then podium it is.
Then podium it is. Some very confident words. Looks like when Callie puts on the race helmet, she definitely gains a bit of confidence maybe, and maybe some of that egotistical behaviour that we see in Devon Butler for sure, being siblings. But we now close up. We're in P9, so we've got a bit of work to do to get up to P3. Daruvala 10 seconds up the road. We're all in the soft tyres here around Yas Marina, so not too much of a massive advantage like we had at Zandvoort. So this may take a little longer, and we may find the overtakes a little bit harder than we did around the Netherlands. But we're not going to just aim for the podium. Let's try and aim for the win and win this F2 Championship in style. And obviously that is that's our bonus objective, to win it in style. And that's what we're going to go for as we go down the inside for P8. Pretty easy pickings there. But also we've got blue flags for Yuri Vips in P20, but right now I feel like these are some of the easier drivers to overtake, and maybe coming up, maybe a few more challenges ahead of us. But at the moment, Daruvala in P3 with the fast lap of the Grand Prix, so he's going pretty damn well. But that's at Alta because he is pitting now. I don't know if he planned that pit stop or he's got damage there, but he's come in now. The fastest man on circuit is in, and now we're up into P7. We're on free position, gained 2 purples of our own, but we didn't steal the fastest lap of the race so far. But we get down the inside of Hughes and now set our sights on Vesti as we go down to the hairpin. Can we set up a little bit of a cheeky dive bomb from quite far back? We are very far back, but this is going to have to be an absolute kamikaze dive, floating it in. And to be fair, actually, Vesti opens the door up. I didn't want to go too hard on the brakes. I wasn't too sure about the rears locking up or anything like that. So in the end of it, we just kind of float the car through and let the momentum do all the work for us. But we've still got work to do. 3 laps to go after this one, and we've got 2 positions to gain to secure the championship minimum with the P3. But we've got more work then to try and get that P1 to round out in style, in a very fitting way, in a very Callie Mayer way, I suspect, as we go down the inside of Porsche at the final corner. And now Fittipaldi is there. That is the difference between us winning and losing this F2 championship in 2022. And then just up the road, I think is second place there, lapped car, and then the orange dot on the minimap I think is first place, and I think it is of course it is Felipe Drugovich, our familiar driver from the last year's game of my team career mode. We're very familiar with Drugovich in that previous series, but here in Breaking Point 2, we're going to have to try and overtake him to win the championship in style. But we get down the inside of Fittipaldi as the back marker also gets out of the way. I was worried about Fittipaldi maybe getting a run on us because we didn't actually have the best momentum out that hairpin corner. The F2 cars are it's a tricky car to master, and if you lose momentum, you lose a lot of time. It's really about trying to get that net lowest speed rolling through all the corners, and I'm really not that great at it, but we're doing well so far versus on the hardest difficulty here in Breaking Point 2, and we're now looking to overtake Logan Sargent, a man who we know is definitely going to be on the F1 grid next season, even in the game here. But, you know, the question marks remain about whether Callie Mayer will be on the F1 grid next season in this story mode, either immediately or later down the line. You know, we know there is going to be some sort of weird politics with family games playing out from what we've seen in the pre-release trailers of this game mode and story. Is right now we're focusing though on the task at hand, trying to overtake Felipe Drugovich around the outside in impressive fashion. Felipe is going to defend that and squeeze us to the curb. We're going to have to remain committed because Drugovich may come back at us now, as he might swap over from the outside to the inside. He does. The dive bomb from Drugovich. He doesn't want to give up the win. Very close stuff. Little bit of contact there. We're going to get the elbows out and have the inside line on the double left-hander under the hotel, and we're going to be up into P1. I don't think Drugovich will be coming back at us though as well, so as we have a pretty good couple of corners to try and send this through to the last lap of the Grand Prix. A little bit defensive in the last corner just to cover him off, but I think we should have this because now in clean air we can stretch the legs and open up the taps. And even though it's not a blistering lap, the final lap is a sweet one as we're going to come through the final couple of corners. Callie Mayer has done it. She's going to become the Formula 2 World Champion and the first woman to do it in Formula 2. And big question marks now about what her future will be in the story.
Yes! Yes! Woo! Come on! Yes, Callie! That was amazing! Congratulations!
Callie Mayer, get used to the name. She has her whole career ahead of her, and this is just the beginning. She's done it, as many predicted she would. A star is born. Callie Mayer becomes the first woman ever to win the F2 championship.
Historic. Well, I mean, someone had to be the first. But I just hope that this shows that talent can get you as far as money.
And what about your dad? Has he called to congratulate you yet, Callie?
Nope. Next question.
Callie, what's it like being a woman in motorsports? We're sure everyone wants to know.
I don't know, John. What's it like being a man in journalism? Next question.
Hot-headed, yes, for sure. But you know, that's kind of what you need in a driver. Let's not forget that Callie taking the championship was a big deal. You know, for the sport, but really for everyone.
And for you? How did you feel?
It was one of the proudest moments of my career. It was the first time I mentored anyone. Yeah. I was a little sad to be moving on.
Moving on to what?
So, had you already told Callie about your new job?
Yes, yes, of course. And I told her, how I wished that I could take her with me. But she understood.
And Aiden, had you told him?
No, he was too busy.
Busy?
Preparing to tell the team that he was leaving Konnersport.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for coming. I know Aiden had something he wanted to say, but first I have a matter I would like to address formally. It is no secret that I have been spread a little thin this season. I mean, I own the team, I run the team, it's a lot, okay? Which is why I will be stepping away from the principal role next season. I'll still be pushing Konnersport Racing to be the brand we know it can be, whilst the new principal will be laser-focused on performance and results. And we have already found a man to step into that role. Casper.
Hey! Oh, Devon does not like that. Shh. Shut up, mate. Shut up. Get in, son.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Now, this is a big step up for me. I'm really looking forward to see what next season brings. It's truly an honor to be on board.
I am sorry for the dramatic nature of the announcement, okay? Humor the man who pays you. We all look forward to working with Casper, yes?
Oh, Devon.
Good. Then let us continue. Aiden, you had something you wanted to say? The floor is yours.
No, it's nothing.
Oh, he's changed his mind.
I just wanted to say, thank you, everybody, for all your hard work this year. And I'm really looking forward to next season, especially with Casper at the helm.
The old gang's back. Devon's not happy at all. He's fuming. Oh, the boys are back. The iconic duo from the first story mode. They're back. They're back. 3 months later at the Bahrain Grand Prix. Chapter 7, 2023, and a fresh start. While the 2022 season exposed them to the harsh realities of life as a team on the F1 grid, Konnersport Butler Global Racing Team looks set to bounce back with a newly invigorated team now helmed by the fan favourite and former driver Casper Ackerman.
Did Casper being around affect you going into the 23 season?
I have bigger things going on than Casper.
Do you have any regrets about 2023? Anything you'd have done differently?
No, I'm in a good place now. Besides, what's to regret about being the story of the season?
And just like that, we are stepping into the shoes of Devon Butler. Yep, the man that we've hated for so long through the first story and so far in this one. We are going to have to play and drive as him as we are here in his driver room in the moto. The switch up is real, and when this happens in stories, it's always to try and make you see the other side of things. So it's going to be an interesting one going forward, but we've got a call now.
Dads.
Devon.
How's business?
Same as ever, hiring and firing. How's racing?
Oh, ducking and driving.
You all prepared?
Of course, I've double-checked the strategy changes. I'm just going over my notes now. Everything's covered, just like always. They won't see me for dust.
Spoken like a true butler. Just remember, we've got a lot on the line this season.
Yeah, I know.
Dev, I'm serious. You're carrying this team, don't forget that.
Yeah, well, you keep signing these second-rate drivers. I can't do all the work.
Just remember where we'd be. Where you'd be if this were all to go belly up.
Just trust me, Dad. You've got nothing to worry about.
Devon, I mean it. If you don't bring your A game, it's back to the bottom of the pile. Do you really want that?
No. No, I don't.
Just keep it in mind. Now go out there and show me what you can do.
Already on it. I'll get you those points, Dad.
Good boy. Speak later.
Oh, I always had a hunch that Davidoff and Devon's relationship as father and son was probably a weird one. A bit of, you know, kind of the father expecting a lot from him, maybe a lot of pressure, clearly, by how Devon sounded. He almost sounded really down and kind of like, you know, despondent by the end of the call, and Davidoff sounded so stern, like an absolute authoritative leader. Not a great father and son relationship, and maybe that's why Devon's turned out the way Devon is because of the way his father has been, you know, to him all his life growing up, etc. And this is it, man. This is exactly what, like I said, every time you have a story like this where they switch it up and you play as the person that you've kind of seen as a villain, you see their side and you start to relate, and that's what makes a good villain, though, and what makes a pantomime villain, I guess, is, you know, you can understand why they're the way they're like this, their reasoning, etc. I think from that one phone call, we can see maybe why Devon is the way he is. I think it's clearly from his father, basically. A lot of pressure on his shoulders, and he kind of maybe makes jokes and is arrogant about it because that's the way he deals with it, maybe. I don't know. Or maybe it's just in their blood, and it's kind of just two negatives. One of them's got to bow down. But, yeah, clearly his father expecting a lot, doesn't want to joke around with him, and Devon taking it to heart there, and clearly maybe feeling the pressure a little bit to perform this season. So we're going to have to see. Going through a few emails, and Casper Ackerman, our brand new team principal, addressing us directly as Devon and Aiden about going forwards and doing the best we can. And then also a very odd email from a PA about getting something for Davidoff's birthday, but then also a weird note about something going wrong with Devon's car with the builders. Did they drop like some equipment on it or something like that? I don't know. Very, very odd, out of context email there, but gives us a little insight maybe into other things going on in Devon's life. But the pressure is on, clearly, to perform this season, and that is where we go into race day for the Bahrain Grand Prix. With his confidence high, Devon Butler looks set to start the season strong at the Bahrain Grand Prix, and we will be driving as him.
It's race day and our drivers are all out on the grid performing their final checks before we get underway here at the Bahrain International Circuit. Formula One returns to the desert today on this exceptional 3.36 mile circuit. 15 corners provide plenty of overtaking opportunities, and it could be a strategic race, this one, with Sakia notorious for eating up the rear tyres. Watch out for drivers managing their rubber at some point during the Grand Prix. So with the race not far away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. World champion Max Verstappen starts from pole position, and it's Charles Leclerc in P2. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Fernando Alonso, Russell, Perez, Hamilton, Sainz, Stroll, Ocon, Norris, Albon, Oscar Piastri, Jackson, Gasly, Tsunoda, Bottas, Butler, Sargent, Joe, Magnussen, De Vries, and Nico Hülkenberg rounds off the grid. And now it's time to head down to the track. 2023 Bahrain. We're about to get going, and I hope you've enjoyed the build-up just as much as we have. The teams are ready on the grid, they're ready in the garages too, but in the commentary box alongside me, are you ready, Ant?
Of course I'm ready, Crofty. New season, new challenges for all of them out there, drivers and teams. I love this part of the year, Crofty. This is where it really kicks off, and you get to showcase all that hard work you've done through the winter months. Does it pay off?
Yeah, that's the question, isn't it? What does the 2023 season have in store for us? We're about to find out.
Okay, Devon, it's a brand new season, you know that, so let's start it as we mean to go on, okay? Okay? Let's get out there, come on.
So here we go, the first race of the 2023 season, and we are in the shoes of Devon Butler as we go to 5 red lights, and we're underway for this brand new season. The pressure of our father and the team on our shoulders. We've been out-qualified by Aiden Jackson, but we're looking to make some moves early on. We're on the medium compounder tyre. 14 laps in this 25% race at the Bahrain GP. Let's see where we can get up to. The main objective's the top 5. The bonus is top 3 with the fast lap of the Grand Prix. So clearly we are expected to do very, very well in this race. And we're going to have to see, because we're quite far back actually. P11 though made some really good places up in the first couple of corners. Already got past Jackson without any incidents. We now try and sling one round the outside outside of Lando Norris. He's going to give us a little bit of room to work with as he gets unsettled on the curb. We're up into P10, into the points paying position, but we need to get the top 5 minimum, and then we'll see about getting a top 3 and the fast lap of the Grand Prix. Of course, as I've said before, though, to be fair, even with the hardest difficulty on Breaking Point 2, obviously it is a game mode for more casual players, so I think we should, by the end of the race at least, be able to get to the top 3 as we try and get past Sergio Perez, who gives us a bit of a squeeze on the soft compound. Slight lock-up from the Mexican and gets us through into P8 at turn 1, and now set our sights on Carlos Sainz. Ocon flying high for Alpine up in P6, Hamilton ahead of him in P5 as we go round the outside of the Ferrari. He puts us onto the curb, but we stayed committed, and it definitely seems like this Konnersport car is a lot better than it was last season, as we are doing very well indeed now, looking to make a move on Ocon. Fake to the right, go to the left round the outside, and we're up into P6. And it's only the end of lap 2. I think a top 3 is very much in sight. There's a bit of a gap after these 2 ahead of us, but maybe even further than a top 3 might be on the cards as Hamilton and Leclerc do battle. Hamilton on the inside, a little bit of contact with him and Leclerc as the 2 jockey for position. The Ferrari down to P5 now, and that is our main objective. You can see floating above Leclerc's name tag. So can we make the move maybe down the hill just like we did on Carlos Sainz? We're going to get a good exit here, maybe a little battery usage as well. Go to the inside this time, not to be shoved off onto the curb. We'll actually shove Leclerc off onto the curb, learning from his teammate there. And we're up into the top 5, and we've got the main objective, but we're going to continue to do more. Now, there is a gap there to the top 3, so we are going to have to put in a fastest lap to probably even catch up to top 3 to get that bonus objective, although we set one right now as we go to the back of Lewis Hamilton. DRS aided to help us out down the straight into turn 1, and Hamilton puts up a bit of a squeeze on the soft compound. We're going to give him a bit of room on the inside there, and actually he swoops by in, and we're going to have to wait for the second bite of the cherry. Didn't want to turn in too aggressively because I thought we would have made contact otherwise, so Hamilton instead defends down to the next right-hander. We again fake to the inside, go to the outside, and Hamilton's putting up a stern bit of defence here. Almost banging tyres there as the 7-time world champion, very stern in his defence. As we're on the inside though, we've got the better racing line, and just like with Lando Norris, we make the move on that same corner, and now we've got 2.7 seconds to try and bridge, and we're going to be helped out by this fight for the top. Fernando Alonso involved in the top fight is this, as they're 3 abreast. Mercedes, Aston Martin and Red Bull. Verstappen down in P3, and it is Fernando Alonso fighting Russell for the lead of this race. Oh, how F1 fans would have loved this to be in a scenario in real life at the IRL 2023 Bahrain Grand Prix. Fernando Alonso leads the way here in Bahrain from Russell to Verstappen, and we've caught up now on lap 5. We are a medium, so at this point now, maybe these soft tyres for these guys are starting to wear away, so we've got the tyre advantage right now. We've got a bit more pace in the tank. DRS open, and we're going to make a cheeky late dive bomb. Very, very aggressive on Verstappen with some contact made, but I thought, you know, we're driving as Devon Butler. We've been quite clean so far in the race. Would he not, you know, being the egotistical person he is, would he not think to give Verstappen a taste of his own medicine when it came to the aggressive overtake department? I think he would. So we kind of emulated what I feel the character would do with that overtake, as now we see Russell Alonso bang tyres a little bit on the rear end as Alonso ferociously defends Russell. As we now are going to try and make a move. We get boxed in with Alonso and Russell. Can we try and go to the inside instead, follow Russell through and then make the overtake on him as well as we try and go for the double overtake? It's 3 abreast as Alonso keeps it around the outside. We almost get squeezed out and pinched in a very similar way to how I did by the McLarens in the My Team Career Mode episode a couple of days ago. But we get into P1 and we come in on lap 8, having done a pretty decent first stint on the mediums. We're now coming in for the soft compound of tyre. A couple of other people have already pit. I think Leclerc pit in a lap or two earlier, so maybe a bit of an undercut for them. So let's see. I think the pace was all right once we got into first place. We didn't pull away massively, but we definitely kept everyone at bay. So on to the soft compound tyre was an okay. It was a good pit stop, wasn't an optimal one. So we could have done better there. But on the exit, there is Leclerc. They've got a massive undercut on us. Look at that. Alonso, Leclerc, and I think that must be Verstappen all ahead of us. As we go into turn 1, Ocon jumps us, and even Lando Norris comes through. So I spoke earlier just about maybe even on the hardest difficulty, breaking point 2 for those of us who play F1 a lot, maybe a little bit on the easy side. But I'm quite surprised. We just got undercut by about 4 or 5 drivers there. So either my pace was horrendous on the mediums right at the end until the pit stop, or they just sped up so much on that undercut strategy. Either way, it gives us a bit more work to do because we have to go ahead and re-overtake Ocon just to get our main objective of P5. And we've only got 4 laps to go now to try and get the top 3. So this is going to be close. We get to the end of lap 10. We're on the back of Alonso, but I want to try and get this win. How unreal would that be to get the win whilst being under all this pressure from Devon's father, the team, etc. Clearly, he was down a little bit about the pressure that is on his shoulders from his father. So I think first place would be an insane result to try and get in this chapter, as we did get Alonso fair and square. And now on the back of Leclerc, who recovered well, actually did very well to jump Russell and Alonso. And Russell, I think he's just fallen off the cliff. I don't even know where he is. I think he must be outside the top 5 minimum, but I think he's even worse than that. So Russell's had a howler from leading this Grand Prix, and now we are in the podium position and looking to try and get the Ferrari. And we'll go for the late lunge, bit of a kamikaze dive down the inside. Both myself and Leclerc on the soft compound tyre strategy, going faster at the end of this race. So both of us looking to try and gain on Verstappen. But on lap 12, we're the ones in the driving seat to try and make the move. Verstappen gives us no room on the inside to work with. Instead, we go to the outside, a little bit late on the brakes with a dive. Verstappen comes back through side by side, but we have the better traction on the soft compound tyre on lap 12 to get back into first place. How we did it before the pit stop. And to be fair to Verstappen's AI, he kept up with us and kept us very honest all the way to the end. But we are going to win the Bahrain Grand Prix, the opening of the season.
Ah, fantastic drive. That's just fantastic. Amazing. You deserve that race win. Well done, mate.
Meanwhile, plenty of surprises in the midfield. So where do we start, Ant?
Well, I think we have to look at Konnersport. For me, they've been the biggest surprise so far, and Butler, he's doing fantastically well.
Thing is, though, they've got to sustain that over the course of the whole season, and that is easier said than done. Certainly what Casper will be hoping that this season is better than his last. Well, what a thrilling end to an incredible Grand Prix weekend. Our top 3 finishers should be incredibly happy with what they were able to achieve out there today.
I never thought I'd be happy seeing Devon Butler on the top step of the podium, but because we achieved it for him, driving as him, you can't not be kind of happy. That was a very, very decent race. Kept Verstappen at bay in the last couple of laps to keep the first place and had some very decent pace there. And that is a weight off maybe his shoulders at the start of this. I hate this, man. I'm already relating to him and I'm already now wanting to do well by him. This is exactly what they wanted by switching it up and making us play as him. God damn it. Now we've got an interview with Pinkham.
What a start to the season, Devon. You must be happy with that performance.
Answering this as Devon, surely it's got to be something about give me the car and I'll smash it. Got to be.
You know, sometimes I wonder if anyone's been paying attention. You know, I've always been fast. Everyone saw the problems we had with the car last season.
Oh, what an ego still.
That. Now this season, I get to drive a car that works, and surprise, surprise, I smash it. It's not rocket science.
Well, you've had your share of run-ins in the past with teammate Aiden Jackson. Crucial question is that behind you? How do you feel about him right now?
Well, out of these answers, I think we should go with the one we've got specially unlocked because of our level. He's got an attitude problem. I think that's something Devon would definitely say about Aiden, I think.
Ah, listen, Aiden is the greatest F1 driver of all time. You ask him, he'll tell you. What, you think I've got an attitude problem? Aiden has got stealth ego, let me tell you. You don't know it's there, and then it emerges. He's a handful. Trust me.
Well, Konnersport surprised everyone by appointing Casper as team principal this season. So how do you feel about taking orders from someone that you've got such a history with?
Again, we've got to go about talking about ourselves. Even they're asking about Casper. I'm sure he's thankful to have me. That would definitely be something Devon says.
I think he's going to do a terrific job, you know? Mainly because he's got me on his team, so he can't go too far wrong. Now, I'm sure he's incredibly thankful to have me as a driver.
Well, you're embarking on a new year, but what would a successful season look like for you in 2023?
It's definitely not making Casper laugh. I don't think it's about impressing... Well, it maybe is about impressing Davidoff, but he would never say that publicly, for sure, that kind of thing. So, just about making the best of the team.
I'm making it my personal mission to make a success of Konnersport. And by the end of the season, you're all going to be saying what a wonderful team we are and how great a season we've had. And if you're doing that, then I'll consider it a job well done.
Thank you so much for your time.
Post-race at the Bahrain Grand Prix, Devon starts the season in fantastic form with an impressive result for Konnersport in Sakir.
Great race out there today, just in the highlights. Listen, I know we've had our run-ins and, well, last season was last season.
Konnersport's got a real fight. Casper on board, you driving like that. Let's put a start behind it.
A fresh start for the team. What do you say?
Huh, Jackson. Yeah, cheers, mate. Bin's over there. Yeah. Nice one.
How about the season just gone?
The 2023 season was completely different for Konnersport.
How so?
But the car, for one. We'd ironed out the most critical issues, and it was just starting to live up to its potential.
Can we talk about what happened with Devon?
Oh, drama is definitely on the way. Andreo looks stressed, having to retell what happened with Devon later in this story. But also, interestingly, Devon, even though we did well for him in the story, and it was a great first race, he still looked antsy, and he was like zoning out Aiden as if like he wasn't really listening properly. Like he was so focused on his inner thoughts. Maybe he's like inner monologuing about what his father said to him, and you know he's got all this pressure about wanting to do well, and still that wasn't good enough maybe, or just like disassociating with everything around him whilst he's thinking about that. Maybe that was interesting. So maybe Devon's got some inner demons with what, you know, his relationship with Davidoff, like I said, maybe. But okay, very interesting chapter this has been so far. And speak of the devil, Davidoff's calling us.
Yeah, what is it?
Now that's how a butler takes care of business.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Carrying the team, Devon, as well as the butler name. I couldn't be happier.
Yeah, went well.
Well? I can't wait to hear what those clowns Ackerman and Connor have to say.
Yeah.
Hmm? You okay, Devon?
What? Oh, yeah, I'm fine. I'm, just adrenaline, Dad. I really pushed it out there today, you know. I just need to simmer down a bit.
Of course you do. Let's talk later. I'll be in meetings, but call me whenever you like. I'm proud of you, son. Let's just make sure today's result isn't just a one-off. Eh?
Yeah. All right. Ciao.
Even when Davidoff's trying to pay his son a compliment and saying he's proud of him, he has to interject with, but let's make sure it continues like that, right? But what was that phone call? What was that? Devon didn't sound happy at all. I thought maybe like hearing his father say some nice things about him and being impressed would have made him happier, but clearly not. So maybe something else is going on. Maybe Devon really does have some inner demons he's working with, you know, like I said, with the, you know, ignoring Aiden and kind of zoning out of things. Maybe he's got something else on his mind that's playing up, because he didn't seem like his usual peppy self, and you would think after he's won a race or done very well and his father saying he's proud, he would be like straight on it, like, you know, yeah, told you so, like I'm the man, and giving him the big one. So okay, maybe Devon has got some more complexity to him as a character than we all first thought. Several weeks later at the Australian Grand Prix, Chapter 8, a strong start to the season for Konnersport has the team in high spirits as the paddock heads to Melbourne for the Australian Grand Prix. Except maybe Devon Butler isn't in quite high spirits. Despite us winning the Bahrain Grand Prix, he looked pretty dejected. He looked like he had something else on his mind, maybe disassociating a little bit with some inner demons, and whilst Aiden was talking away, just wasn't even zoned into the conversation. And despite making his father proud, still didn't seem too happy about it in the phone call we had at the end of the last part. And, you know, to be fair, his father doesn't help by handing him backhanded compliments of, you know, I'm proud of you, but keep it up. Let's not have this be a one-time thing. So there are a lot of different intricacies and, you know, nuances to the man that is Devon Butler, apparently. But I, apparently, virtually, have a big prediction for the top three. There'll be a massive mid-tier shake-up as Konnersport put all to shame. So that's my hot tip in-game from social media, apparently. We've got some emails about coming in early, about trying to squeeze some performance out of the car. Casper's just wanting to push us both on to continue to perform like we did in the previous races. And then we've got a very interesting one from our PA. So we've got a Yarra Valley private tour booked and confirmed. So that's something that Devon's going to go do. But also, Nigel Mansell's driving gloves have finally arrived. The auction house was extremely apologetic. Should I just, you may not care about where I put them, perhaps somewhere on show in the basement. Honestly, I still think that was an incredible amount of money to spend just to annoy someone. So if you remember in the previous part, when playing as Aiden, his PA was going to try and bid for the Nigel Mansell gloves whilst he was racing at the Japanese Grand Prix, and it was failed. They didn't get it, and it was quite upsetting for him, and the PA was, you know, just like apologetic. Well, here we go. It's come full circle. Devon was the one who won the bidding, and he bought the gloves knowing Aiden wanted them just to annoy him. So you can't feel too sorry for Devon. He's still an absolute arse, but there clearly is something more going on, as there's one more thing the PA wants to talk about. She's had 2 calls now from a private clinic, mentioned something about an appointment that Devon booked, but Devon won't talk about it. You know, and she's asking, do we know anything about it? Can you call? So, private clinic. So, you know, I've spoken already about Devon, you know, disassociating maybe. So I'm wondering, is there maybe a mental health aspect here? Is he struggling mentally, and he's got some problems that he wants to actually take care of with an actual doctor, a physician at a private clinic potentially, and doesn't want to give anything away, because obviously F1, very big mental game. You have to be strong mentally, and you have to be with it. So maybe he wants to keep it on the hush-hush to not you know, not let anyone in the team or his father know, or even his PA apparently. So, okay, that gives us a little inkling. Maybe there's something more going on that clinically Devon wants to try and solve. But we're going to have to see what the repercussions are as we go on through, as we go to mid-race at the Australian Grand Prix. A solid performance in qualifying has the team in a good position at the Australian Grand Prix.
Here comes Butler. Good pace here down the straight. Into the corner we go. That's a little too late, and he nearly goes off the track on the exit. And is that a lapse in concentration?
I think just a little bit of desperate driving there, Crofty. He's pushing way too hard. I mean, there's nobody else around him at this stage.
Okay, Devon, we're going to have to ease off from the brakes. Brakes don't feel right. Okay, we'll have a look at it, but you're going to see a drop-off in performance, I'm afraid. What? Why? We've asked you to take it easy on the last lap, but pushing has made the issue even worse. So we're just going to have to live with it for now. What are you talking about? Listen, just do what you can, please, Devon. Come on.
Well, we've got a very interesting and left field race and objective here. Hold on to as many positions as you can. That's it. There's not even a number of positions, just as many as we can. I think we'll try and not lose any positions if we can help it, but we've got brake issues and the car is not slowing down. So I really like this kind of different style of gameplay where maybe something's wrong with the car and we have to drive around it, giving us some different scenarios rather than just a flat-out race. And so with brake issues, and I feel like the car's also got some sort of turning issue as well, because it's really just not turning in as we want it to. Maybe further problems have been caused by overdoing the brakes, etc. But it's proving difficult maybe to slow it down, so we're going to have to brake so much earlier than every other car around us. The Ferrari is going to get squeezed out, and that's what we're going to have to do all race long. But again, with the, you know, Devon not like listening into the comms, etc. So again, is he just spacing out mid-race, which is horrendous mid-race if he's spacing out in the way he did when he was just chatting to Aiden. So clearly Devon's demons have not been solved, and we're just looking to try and bounce back from the damage he's done on the brakes here as we squeeze out Sainz again. And then into these slower corners, this is where it's a real issue. Like, this corner just cannot slow it down in a decent time compared to the Ferrari and Alpine behind us of Gasly. And oh, mama, massive tank slapper. That was an insane save. We went full opposite lock, and actually ironically that slowed down the Ferrari and Alpine, and now they're a few nearly a second back from us, fighting each other because of that huge tank slapper. So taking a bit of inspiration from Jenson Button back in 09 at the Brazilian Grand Prix, drifting a little bit to try and spook the cars behind us of getting off throttle. But lap 12 to 15, we've got 3 laps left to try and survive. So far, we're doing pretty damn well, I think, if I do say so myself, at keeping every single position that we can. We've literally not lost a single one, so very much trying to fly the flag and do the best job we can with these absolutely shot brakes and this literal donkey of a car, it feels like, in the corners as well. It's just not got much grip as well. Don't know if that's just maybe some of the tyre, we're also on the tyres, etc. You know, we saw in the cutscene Devon pushing the car very, very hard as well through, you know, a bit of the grass and the runoff, so maybe the tyres are a little bit gone as well. Lap 13, the Ferrari gets fully alongside us. We get the elbows out, squeeze him out. We've got the bonus objective as well of staying ahead of Jackson. So Jackson's in that pack now, so we've got double motivation to try and keep them all behind us, because if Jackson's in the train, I don't think he's going to overtake anyone and try and come up against us. So try not to lose positions, and then the bonus is staying ahead of our teammate despite these brake issues, which still would be a pretty damn neat feat, I think, despite us causing the problem. Obviously Devon causing the problem that he's now in, but it would be quite good if he was able to drive with the problems then and still see this through for some points paying positions of P9. But you can see I'm having to lift off throttle in some of these corners, so it's not even just the brakes, there's something else going on with the car as well, because it's just not got much grip going on as the Ferrari really wrestles itself to try and go around the outside. We get a bit of tyre bagging going on and get the elbow out for maybe a couple of last times. We're now on the last lap of the Grand Prix, super slow into turn 1. That's going to push Sainz back into Gasly, but then we're going to have to brake so early for this corner, lose all that time that we've gained by being so slow in turn 1. But I think that was probably the most dangerous part of the circuit on the last lap. I think we will be fine to bring this through. Max Verstappen will win this 2023 Australian Grand Prix, and unlike in Bahrain where we won the race with Devon Butler, we have to limp home for P9, but we've done the job. We've not lost a single position in this race, and we finish ahead of Jackson as well. Main objective and bonus completed. Bosh.
All right, race over. Take care of the car on the way in.
Look, this isn't the first time we've seen Devon Butler go rogue, but the question is, what are Konnersport going to do about it?
Well, it's really hard. As we've seen so many times before, Crofty, in the past, so hard to control your drivers. In a way, they're their own entity, but on top of it, they're working for the team, and that's what you want. It's a very hard situation to manage.
And working for the team, Casper wanted to make a clean break for this year. This does feel, though, that it's something that they might have had to have dealt with last season.
It's really not what they wanted. A repeat of what happened in the past, and you cannot let it go on. Can't continue. They're just damaging the reputation of the team and their own reputation as well. They have to sort it out. I'm sure they'll be having words.
So it's all changed here in Australia, and as the teams acclimatised to their new standings, so will we. Here come today's winners. The team at Red Bull have done a phenomenal job recently, and it's clear to see that they've put in the work, and they should be so proud of the victory they've secured here.
And now, after that difficult race, it's time for an interview with Pinkham. Let's see how she grills us about
now,
that.
Devon, you didn't respond to a team order today. In Hungary last season, you said it was a comms issue, but Konnersport claimed they didn't know what that issue was. So, are they hiding something? What's really going on here?
I think the PR answer here is just to say I'm not going to fuel any speculation. If we say it's another Konnersport issue, they'll be annoyed. If we say mistakes sometimes happen, that's going to be back on us. So I think we use the unlock level 4 answer of I'm not going to fuel anything, kind of no comment, basically.
Look, anything I say is going to be taken out of context. So I'd rather not fuel that kind of speculation. I'll debrief the team, and we'll figure out how we can stop it happening again. That's all there is to it.
Devon, you finished the race with a compromised car today. What was that like for you?
Now, this is where we can be a bit more egotistical. Compromised car, I think it was a pretty straightforward... I mean, it was a pretty straightforward situation for me in the cockpit. Obviously, I lost no positions in that race, so it was fine.
Yeah, it was pretty straightforward, you know. Obviously, it wasn't going as fast as we all wanted it to, but, well, you saw the race. I got the best out of a bad situation. That's just what you have to do sometimes.
Now, some have been saying that you do get preferential treatment because your father funds the team. What do you say to those allegations?
Now, this is a hot topic. It's practice for a team to prioritise their best driver. That's probably not going to do us any good in terms of the reaction, although it is an unlocked answer, an extra answer. But I think the right-hand side is the better one to go with. Father's money has no bearing on the natural talents. I think that's something Devon would definitely say, playing on his ego.
That always strikes me as really odd, like as if the only reason that I'm fast on the track is because my dad funds the team. You know, how is that an explanation? It's ridiculous.
So how do you expect Konnersport to perform this season based on your performance so far?
And this is a final chance to just get a little punch in. We're going to divert attention to Aiden and go. We can only go so far with Aiden on the team. That's classic Butler deflection technique. We had the issue. We didn't listen to team orders. And yet we're going to talk about Aiden doing her... I mean, he did finish behind us still.
Actually, I'm sorry to say the team's got a serious problem. And its name is Aiden Jackson. And I'm afraid to say he is the slowest driver on the grid. So there's only so good a season you can have with something like that going on. But you know what? We're going to try our best. No. No, seriously. I'm teasing. But come on, Aiden, come on. What's going on, mate?
That sounds like the more normal Devon Butler. So he's in high spirits despite that car issue, but the team might not be as we go post-race. A promising start turned into a difficult end with Devon having to finish the race with a compromised car. Never something you want to do, really. And maybe some headaches for Casper Ackerman as he tries to figure out what on earth is going on. But we get a result from developing the car. We made the right decision then about moving the car development to this year, 2023, in a previous answer we did with Casper. You know, obviously, come on now. I've played enough my team to know you have to move development over to the next year when you can. And then he said what? Devon refused to comment on what happened. Speculation's rife. I think we go with no comment. Let's not, if we support him, that's wrong. If we criticise as well, there's going to be questions asked. So let's just go with the middle ground. No comment. We've got to investigate ourselves.
You nip this in the bud, Cass. Do you hear me?
Andrea.
Butler, what was that out there today? I will not have a return to last season. We are a team. He cannot be allowed to do just what he wants.
Look, just calm down. I have it under control.
Well, this is Devon we're talking about. There is no control. He nearly lost the car, Casper.
But he didn't. You know what it gets like out there. I'm sure there's an explanation.
Or an excuse.
And we'll find out. I'll be racing it at the debrief, okay? So I'll report back to you.
Okay, yeah, hang on. Look, I've got to go. I've got Davidoff on the other line.
Of course you have. Enjoy.
Oh, Andreo's been here. He's done that. He's already heard the comms issue answer before, so he's getting a bit peeved off. Is there maybe an inquiry to be had? Is Devon on thin ice? And is that how maybe we see Callie Mayer come into the picture? Because we know Callie's there in the background having one F2. She's not racing right now. She's just there in the background as a free agent. Is that going to be it? Is this situation going to lead to maybe Devon being fired and Callie stepping in maybe if Andrea is really that peeved off and Casper can't calm things? As Lucas Weber throwback to the past from the original story mode in F1 2019, gives his honest opinion about Devon. But we've got a debrief about diagnosis about Devon's car, and then Davidoff obviously is absolutely on Casper in the same way he was on Andreo about the issues today. All know certain things will be temperamental come race day, and he doesn't want the finger pointed at Devon for blame. So Davidoff still towing the line that it's nothing his son's doing, there is something else wrong at play, or he won't have the issue thrown to Devon. And then we've got an email from our wife, Zoe. Saw the race, not much drama to deal with, but then I guess there always is, right? Still cheering for... So the daughter of Casper, Lily, she's still cheering for Aiden. Zoe's cheering for us. Hang on in there. Yeah, we will, Zoe. We will. And I'm sure there's going to be some inquiries to be had now.
No, it's a big deal when one of your drivers decides to do their own thing. So I called him out on it at the next team meeting.
And what was Devon's reaction?
Well, he denied the whole thing. You know, blamed it on a comms fail.
Which I thought was strange. The same thing happened the year before when I was principal, and he gave the exact same excuse.
All questions are being asked, and they will be answered maybe several weeks later at the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix, Chapter 9, with 2 races in as many years now impacted by communications issues involving Devon. Konnersport management have started to ask questions. As the grid heads to Imola, Casper looks for clarity from his driver.
Yeah?
You wanted to see me?
There he is. You're a difficult man to pin down. Right, I'll cut right to the chase, Devon. Tell me what's happening.
What are you talking about?
Well, it's not just disregarding team orders. Paddock talks. People are saying you've been distracted, that you're ignoring them completely. Now, my job is to make sure the team works smoothly, like clockwork, so I'm just trying to work out what's going on.
I told you, check the comms.
Yeah, the comms are fine, Devon. We checked. What's going on?
Nothing.
Just cut that out. Show me some respect now.
Okay. I heard the order. All right? You happy?
Why ignore it?
I'm feeling it, Cass. The pressure. Paddock gossip these last couple of months.
Oh, come on. You're Devon Butler. You are the paddock gossip.
You've heard what they're saying, right? You've seen what they're writing. Driving on Daddy's money. It's making me second guess myself.
Okay. We can work through that. Start changing the team narrative.
Absolutely.
But in the meantime, I'd like you to see someone from the medical team. Just to be sure. I've booked you in for this afternoon.
No, Cass. Look, I've got a race to prep for, okay? I need my head in the game. I'm fine.
I get that. That's fine. But I want you to see them straight after the race. Understood?
Yeah. Fine.
That was a pretty open conversation between Devon and Casper. I thought Devon would just shut up shop, but he actually gave Casper some respect there. Fair play. Right, so Devon admitting he's feeling the pressure of everything on his shoulders, and the questions about driving on Daddy's money are getting to him. So is that it? It's just niggling away at him, and it's really messing with his mental state, maybe. At least that's what he's saying to Casper. He wants Casper wanted him to have a medical check. So I don't know. Obviously we know Devon went to a private clinic as well. So is there going to be something that they can find that the private clinic's not, or will they find whatever the private clinic has found out, be it mental health issues or anything like that with Devon Butler? I guess we're going to have to find out, basically. But social media aflutter about the conversation about Butler's behaviour. Is he, all right, and the situation with his dad, etc. And, a family affair. How many Butlers is too many is the press brief. Quite a fitting one there. there after a disastrous event at the Australian Grand Prix, which Butler seemed to openly ignore direct team orders. It's a stark reflection of an incident last season. The Schumachers, the Verstappens, the Rosbergs. Formula One is filled with father-son dynamics, but with Butler Sr. as the primary investor and Butler Jr. driving, it can imagine rather the unique situation at Konnersport. So this is talking about maybe what are they going to do? Are they going to fire Devon, etc. if this keeps going on? And one would trust that Casper Ackerman would find the balance between these two different forces of father and son. Interesting stuff. And then we've got an article about humble beginnings, about Aiden just, you know, getting into Formula One life, being able to pay for his, I think his mum's house, I think it was, or something like that. And then Konnersport's Melbourne mishap is off one of the answers we gave in the interview. And then Casper in the emails just thanks us for our chat, appreciating the honesty. Door was always open. So Casper's been a very good man, good team principal, good leader, having the door open for even an annoying man like Butler to talk about his issues, etc. And then we've got that medical confirmation that Devon has to report to the medic after the race just to get checked up, etc., to see if there's any anomalies. But we go now to mid-race at the Imola GP here in Chapter 9. Feeling the pressure mount, Devon hopes a strong performance will divert the team's attention from any concerns about his health.
Devon, is everything all right? Fine. Just leave me to it, yeah?
Everything does not seem fine in the head of Devon Butler, and we're now at an Imola race where we just got overtaken by the McLaren. We're down to P16. It's not been a good race so far for us. We have to recover. The objective is just to finish the race, but I think we need to do better than that. I mean, clearly, based off the blurb of the intro into this race, we need to try and push back the pressure and try and prove to the team that nothing's wrong and that we're A-okay. So we go chasing after Oscar Piastri, but even our engineer was concerned like everything's okay. So I think definitely that medical check is going to maybe find something that is wrong, maybe with Devon, as we go round the outside of Piastri and close up to Logan Sargent, getting some words of encouragement from our engineer, who's seeing us pick up the pace after being quite slow in the first two-thirds of this Grand Prix. 6 laps to go. P14, I reckon maybe. Could we even aim for points? I don't know. We've got Hulkenberg, Bottas up the road, then another Haas. That's 3 positions. So that'll be just on the edge of points. I assume Jackson is somewhere in the points. So we need to try and get a move on then in 6 laps if we want to try and get into the points by the end of the race. If we try and make a move on Hulkenberg, he's going to leave the door open for us on the inside. I was actually tempted to go for the outside move, but Hulkenberg just taking a natural racing line, so instead we go for the inside, and now catching up to Bottas. P11 is just there, and then we've got Clean Air to push for points. Bottas gets very defensive. I thought he was going to move to the left for the natural racing line. We get a warning for collision as we get a little bit flustered behind the Alfa Romeo. 2 warnings for collision there, so that's maybe doing the opposite of, calming the team down, that we've got no problems in the car. But now closing to Magnussen, fast up the Grand Prix as well on the soft compounded tyre. And with 5 laps to go, I reckon we have enough in the tank to maybe reel in Lando Norris for 1 points-paying position on the McLaren. But we're going to have to try and make the move first on Magnussen again. They're very, very aggressive. Magnussen turning in. We didn't want to give any room, and we wanted the overtakers. Now we've got Clean Air to try and close up this 4-second gap. Not even Norris. De Vries in the AlphaTauri. We're going to get him, and we're into the points. We're into points, and we can go further and maybe get Lando Norris as well. And Aiden Jackson, our teammate, who's only 6 seconds down the road now on lap 13. We get past the McLaren, and then we get Clean Air to chase after Jackson. Or so I thought.
Devon, do you push it?
Devon Butler now. Oh, that's not good! Oh no! Devon Butler spins! He's out!
Oh, he just misjudges it and clips the curb. What a mess!
Devon Butler, with that move, is out of the race. He won't want to see that too many times. We want to see him out of the car, though. That's good news.
Big relief there, although he does still look a bit unsteady on his feet, Crofty.
Well, thumbs up to the crowd, but I'd imagine after that, he'll be quite shaken.
I'm done, Casper. I'm done.
It's okay. It's okay. It was his hearing. He'd been keeping it from us. I think maybe he'd been trying to keep it from himself. I mean, he was at the height of his career. Yeah, what can you say?
How did you feel?
I was devastated. But, 5 years in F1. Can't argue with that. I mean, most people never even get the chance, so... And I was still one of the best while I was out there. You ask anyone.
How did you feel when Devon left?
How did I feel?
An absolute bombshell has just landed here in Breaking Point 2. Devon is retiring from Formula One. What an absolute bombshell to leave the last part off with. And now we're here at Chapter 10, the Butler estate in the UK, several weeks later. With Devon's sudden retirement, the team at Konnersport are forced to scramble in an attempt to find a driver who can replace his performance on track.
But if we are going to hit our targets, we need another driver. A permanent one. And fast.
But we are mid-season. It's impossible.
Given the circumstances, do you think you can grant us a bit of leeway on the contract?
I have the projections. If Konnersport doesn't reach 5th place in the Constructors this season, the returns simply aren't worth my time. That was always the deal. And it still is.
But with a little extra time, perhaps we...
Stop! The deal stands. And without Devon driving, there's now little of interest for me beyond the contract. It's just business.
There must be something we can do.
So, legacy is obviously important to you, Davidov. As a father, I totally get that. So if Devon, your son, can't drive, how about your daughter? Why don't we give the seat to Callie?
No. California will not be signed to Konnersport.
Why not? Just think of the commercial opportunities for the team that signs her, Forget legacy. Oh, you'd be making history.
And you'll be giving a phenomenal talent her first break into F1. It's the right thing to do. You know she deserves it.
The daughter, who took her mother's name to spite me. Nah, she'll never say yes.
Why don't you leave that to me?
The contract still stands, Ackerman. 5th place, or I'm out next season.
One problem at a time, eh?
I knew Casper was absolutely going to play it that way. I just knew it. And that's how Callie may be involved in this team. We're going to have to find out. The Spanish Grand Prix several weeks later. The F1 calendar waits for no one. While Casper and Andrea work to secure a permanent replacement for Devon, the team has turned its attention to the Spanish Grand Prix.
Andrea.
Have you spoken to her yet?
Yes, we've spoken.
And what did you say?
She'll be around this weekend. She agreed to come and see me.
You mean you haven't asked her yet?
Of course not. It's a delicate situation. I'm sure she has an idea, but... look, it's not just something you casually ask over the phone, is it?
Why not?
Come on. This is potentially life-changing for her. And the whole family situation needs to be handled with a little, care and respect.
Well, you're the one that knows her. Just make sure she says yes and fast. I'm finding it difficult to keep fielding questions about the future of Konnersport.
Yeah, I read part of that interview. Could almost feel you squirm.
That bad, huh?
Worse. Look, I'll call you as soon as I know.
So Andreo's been very, very pushy there. Of course, he would probably be more worried as the team owner about there, being just one actual driver and then the reserve driver alongside Aiden Jackson for too long. But Casper, I think, understands the intricacies of this situation. Callie and Davidov's relationship is clearly not a good one, and, some negative family politics have to be addressed in a gentle manner, as Casper alluded to. So for now, and Konnersport aren't saying quite what's happened to Devon Butler, letting him maybe come to terms with it and say on his own accord. So right now, just through social media, it seems like in this world, it's just cases of hope he gets better soon, but no real idea that he's actually, at this point, just fully retired from the sport, basically. He's not been publicly announced yet. And then we've got emails from Callie herself, talking to Cass. Already here, landed in Spain last night, arrived at the track, just a few bits to finish up. Then I'll head over. Looking forward to seeing you, catching up, although intrigued what you want to talk about, because you couldn't say earlier, you better not be up to something. Oh, he's up to something. He's up to something big time. And Casper's wife getting involved as well, saying Callie called her. So yes, she does suspect you're going to offer her the seat. Of course she does. I said I possibly couldn't comment, which I guess is a good thing, as good as confirming it. She's going to find out after the race anyway, right? It's wonderful you're offering her the seat. It'd be so good for the sport. So good. We're getting absolutely ribbed by our wife, Casper's wife there, at the fact that we are not hiding this well. But we move our attention to the next race without Devon Butler, as we are at the Spanish Grand Prix, racing with the team's reserve driver. Konnersport look to Aiden Jackson to help keep them afloat in the standings, whilst a more permanent replacement for Devon is arranged.
So many eventful races here in Barcelona over the years. Do you remember Max Verstappen's first win on debut for Red Bull here in 2016? 2 years before, we had the dramatic coming together of Hamilton and Rosberg going towards turn 4. There's always a treat in store as we head back to the Circuit de Barcelona, Catalunya for the Spanish Grand Prix. It's an updated track at Catalunya, and the popular opinion in the paddock is that we never wanted the chicane in the first place. That's now been gone, the final corner is much faster, and at 2.9 miles and 14 turns, we await the Spanish Grand Prix. So with the race not far away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. Charles Leclerc lines up on pole position, edging out Sergio Perez, who lines up P2. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Verstappen, Russell, Norris, Hamilton, Gasly, Sainz, Oscar Piastri, Fernando Alonso, Tsunoda, Zhou, Sargent, Bottas, Magnussen, Ocon, Hulkenberg, De Vries, Jackson, Stroll, Albon, Stroll. Which of these talented drivers will come out on top today? Welcome to the wonderful Catalunya. It's time for the Spanish Grand Prix this weekend. And whilst the season is just a few races old, it's already been one full of drama. So, Natalie Pinkham, who have you got your eye on this weekend?
Well, in Formula One, naturally, the conversation is drawn towards those at the top of the standings, both drivers and teams. But I'm really intrigued by the midfield team of Konnersport. Devon Butler's absence will definitely be felt. There's no doubt about that, both on and off the track. For me, the interesting thing will be how they move forward without him.
Indeed, almost as many battles off the track as there are on it for Konnersport at the moment. And Casper Ackermann and his team certainly have their work cut out for them this weekend.
I know it's been a mad few weeks, mate, but you've always gone well here, so let's get your head down and see what we can do. Come on.
Right, it's time to step up then as Aiden Jackson for this Spanish Grand Prix with a reserve driver alongside us. And obviously, being a reserve driver, had a horrendous qualifying, so it really is just down to us. This is a single-man operation, and we need to go out there and do a good job for Konnersport, for, dare I say it, Devon Butler. As much as that annoys me to say, we've got to do it for him. You know, he's going to be watching from the sidelines, from home, with that hearing issue. Let's go out there, do them proud, and try and secure as many points as possible, apparently, in this race. That is the main objective. The bonus is to finish ahead of Sainz and Alonso, which is very specific for two drivers, but there you go, as we go to 5 red lights for this Spanish Grand Prix from P19 on the grid, and we've opted to start for the soft compound tyre and be as aggressive as possible as we get half on the grass as we're squeezed out by the Haas and the Alfa Romeo. Dive down the inside of Alonso and the Williams of Albon and get up into P12. That was aggressive as ever, but that was the game plan. Just go full guns blazing, because I feel like Aiden will be driving his absolute socks off at this moment in time, knowing that the team is in crisis. They've only got him to rely on, so let's go out there and do an absolute number on this race. 17 laps to try and get as high as we can. Forget about Sainz and Alonso. We've already got Alonso. We're going to get Tsunoda here. We might get Sainz pretty damn soon. Let's aim for the big one. We've already won a race this season in 2023 with Konnersport and Devon Butler. Let's go out and win another one with Aiden Jackson this time. It's 3 wide with the McLaren and the Ferrari as we go through for the double overtake. And I'm going to try and dive down the inside of Gasly. Big lunge and taking absolutely no prisoners. I was driving like an absolute madman on these soft tyres compared to everyone else. We're now in a train tail ended by Lando Norris. Hamilton up next. We'll get the McLaren. Easy does it on the left-hand side and then look to wind up the pass on Hamilton as we run down this little back straight towards that very new Sector 3 at Spain, of course, with the new final corner. Haven't even got to the Spanish Grand Prix yet in my team career mode, so this is the first time you're seeing me play the new Spanish GP layout, and the final corner, I must say, very, very nice. I feel like it's just better, this old new layout of Spain, obviously, that they used to have many years ago. It's just better. You get a better run into turn 1. There's a bit more overtaking, it would seem, for sure, as Leclerc and Verstappen side by side. We're going to get Leclerc now on the inside for this left-hander, and then we're literally there. The podium is there for the taking, and we're only on lap 3, I want to add. That's how mad and quick I drove through this traffic. We're up to nearly P3 by the end of lap 3. Absolutely on it. Wasn't kidding about in terms of not messing about. And I want to point out, again, this is on the hardest difficulty available in Breaking Point 2. I do feel like this race maybe showed the most out of all the races we've done so far, that there maybe needs to be a bit of balancing and tweaking to the difficulty, because this is quite a stonking effort we're doing right now to be in P3 on lap 4 and now looking to get Verstappen and Russell. I mean, I'm going to let Verstappen actually overtake Russell first and then get the double toe, get the Mercedes, and now having a go at Max Verstappen. He goes defensive to the inside. We go the long way round and we're going to get so close to his left-hand side, but we're not blinking at all, and it's full steam ahead. And from lap 5 all the way to the last lap of the Grand Prix, we never looked back. Absolutely nothing to report in the rest of the race. We trounced the field 5.3 seconds ahead of Verstappen, and we win the Spanish Grand Prix.
Yes! Woo! Yes! So it's Aiden Jackson propping up Konnersport here today, but the big news off the track is the speculation about this team, whether or not they'll see out the season with their current lineup.
Well, I think they'll have to sign a new driver, Crofty. It's a gamble worth taking.
Well, a mid-season signing would get us all talking, I'm sure, but time will tell. Welcome then to the podium, our top 3 drivers. What a great effort from them today in a very difficult race.
I kind of feel bad for our reserve driver. He stepped in and his new teammate has just won the race. Noah Bell, who absolutely did nothing in that race, but you've got to feel for him. But we've won the race with Aiden Jackson, and we've done that team proud, and now we've got an interview with Pinkham after that win.
Well, Konnersport are in a bit of an odd situation right now, so just tell me, what is it like for you today?
Well, it's a strange one, so I'm going to go with it's pretty strange. This is probably one of the strangest things F1 has seen in terms of a mid-driver swap due to something like that.
Yeah, not so long ago my teammate was Devon, and we had a plan sorted out for the rest of the season. Now it's Noah, and For the last couple of races, suddenly nobody's quite sure what the situation is. I've never had to drive in this situation before, so it's all pretty strange, but you do what you can.
Most importantly, how is Devon? And how are you finding it without your teammate?
I think here, I was tempted with the bottom answer, like, you know, Devon will be back just to annoy me as a little tongue-in-cheek sort of thing, but I think the PR answer would just be, we're all concerned about him. Don't really give any details away like the team want us to. You know, just keep the party line that something's happened, he's not here, we're concerned, but we're not saying anything definitively.
Yeah, I know as much as everybody else, so, you know, I saw what happened. Obviously very worried for him, and as is everybody else, and, you know, I know he's not fit to drive for us right now. As far as I know, he's working super hard to return to the sport, and, yeah, I wish him well.
Well, there's a lot of talk about what happens if Devon doesn't return. Would Konnersport be looking for a new driver, do you think?
Again, we don't want to say anything out of line. You know, it's not for us to say. You know, we could go with the unlocked answers, lots of young talent, etc. But I think it's better just to go with that's a question for Ackerman.
That sounds like a question for Casper. I know they need to plan for every situation. That's just the nature of the sport. But you know, if those discussions are happening, I'm definitely not involved with that.
Well, thank you for chatting with us. Great to have your time.
And I suppose Konnersport are going to have to really solve that issue ASAP, really, because there's only so much you can field of these sort of questions and answers as we now go to post-race at the Spanish Grand Prix. With the Spanish Grand Prix in the books, Konnersport set their sights on securing their driver lineup for the remainder of the 2023 season. So we are actually going to book in and look to have this chat with Callie Mayer with Casper Ackerman.
Hey, Casper, you wanted to speak to me?
Yes, I did.
Shoot.
Nothing major, really. To be honest, I just wanted to thank you.
Oh. What for? I'm, you know, just doing my job.
No, it's more than that. Well, I know why you stayed on the team. And, well, I won't lie to you, it's not been easy.
Yeah, you can say that again.
Yeah, but you really stepped up. It's good for me to know that I've got someone like you to rely on.
Always.
Yeah. Look, Aiden, I'll warn you, things may not get any easier, at least not for a while, but, well, we've got something in the pipeline, a potential new driver, and a damn good one.
Who is it?
I can't say, not yet. It's a bit of a gamble, but if they agree, we could have something special.
Nice. And, how is Devon?
Fine. I think... I'm not sure. I mean, Davidoff has closed the door on that one, but... Yeah, he tells me Devon is in a good place, though.
Oh, that's good, that's good.
Just keep doing what you're doing, okay? And now, just get out of here.
Of course. I'll catch you later, Casper.
Oh, it's kind of nice to see Aiden and Casper chatting again over the phone there. And clearly, you know, Casper is very well aware of why he stayed on and, you know, getting the old duo back together. Not exactly been the best smooth operation, though, for the new team principal this season and for the driver Aiden Jackson. But I think maybe things might get a bit smoother once they actually sign that new driver. But we got a lot of reactions to some of the answers we gave in the interviews on social media, but I think it's just time to get into that conversation that Casper Ackerman and Callie Mayer are going to have about this situation. Davidoff's on the email going, remaining against my better judgment. You and Andreu seem to convince me this is the right direction. Let me know the second you've spoken to her. So he wants instant updates, and Andreu said it's not easy about the situation recently, but he's thanking us for the professionalism and incredibly grateful for the Noah Bell's efforts as a reserve. Obviously, probably also the fact that Aiden won helps a lot as well. And Davidoff's been in touch about asking about Callie saying the right choice. Next minute, he's asking into risks. 1 minute, he's saying yes. So we just need to get this done. So let's get it done.
Why are you hesitating? I mean, you've always dreamt of racing in F1.
Not like this. Do you know what he did?
Oh, your father?
He refused to support me. Said he'd only fund one of his children. Said Devon had better prospects.
I'm sorry. I didn't know that.
Mum used the divorce settlement to help me out, but... And you're only here because he sent you.
No. This was my idea, my decision. And this is me asking you, Callie, not your father. We need a replacement and I ask for you because I know how good you are. And that's the truth.
I always said I'd do it on my terms, not his.
I'll look out for you. Just like I did in F2.
Will you keep him away from me?
I'll do everything in my power. Everything. To make sure that all you have to think about is driving. Have we got a deal? You might never get this opportunity again. You know that.
The dynamics in the team are shifting, and it's going to be a little bit awkward here and there, maybe, as we go to Chapter 11 then, several weeks later at the Azerbaijan Grand Prix, with the current F2 champion, Callie Mayer, now on board. Casper and the team at Konnersport hope the stability on the roster will help them garner the results needed to keep pace in the competitive midfield of the F1 grid. And at the Azerbaijan Grand Prix, we've got some team principal duties straight away as well. Investment opportunity. Great news, one of the sponsors unexpectedly paid out early for their bonus. There's a number of ways we can use the money in question. How should we invest it? I'm going to go with... I would go with the factory. If this was my team career mode, I would invest this in the factory. New factory stuff. Also, I feel would be motivating for the team, knowing that there's actually going to be some updated equipment, etc., etc. If you do it just the team, that's nice for them, but then the car's not moving forward, the factory's not moving forward. If you do the car, that doesn't really maybe boost morale long-term, because it's just a short-term gain. So I'm going to go with the factory on that one. And now we've got a call coming in from... Oh, God, Davidoff. What the hell does he want?
Davidoff.
They stopped me entering the garage just because Callie's in there. It's ridiculous.
We've had this conversation. You need to give her space.
I'll humour you for now, Ackerman, but I don't like being told where I can and can't go around here. Don't forget, you talked me into this.
What does that mean? Talked you into what?
Signing Callie in the first place. I'm just allowing you to take credit for it, that's all.
Yeah, it sounds like you're trying to blame me.
Well, if you're right about it, there'll be no blame to allocate, will there?
Anything else?
You're a busy man. I'll let you go.
So that new life with Callie's our driver's gone starting off really strong, really strong. Feeling the love in this team, really, really. Davidoff obviously quite peeved off about being told where he can't and can go, but it's necessary to protect our new driver, Callie Mayer, and to make sure she feels comfortable in the surroundings with her father on board and not wanting to cross over those tetchy, very clearly raw, still feelings and whatever awkwardness is there. So, yeah, very difficult stuff to manage, but I'm sure Casper and ourselves, we will try our best. But apparently in this virtual world, I find this all rather funny. I'd watch out Aiden Jackson. He's going to be soon replaced with the Butler's housekeeper. Hashtag nepotism, hashtag Butler family. That was a great roast, Virtual Arava. Great roast. But now we go to the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. With the world watching, Callie looks to make history as she approaches her first start behind the wheel of a Formula One car.
History is made here today as Callie Mayer, Konnersport's latest signing, becomes the first female driver of the modern era to participate in an F1 race.
What a moment! I've got goosebumps. Now, for those of you wondering at home, only a handful of women have entered at least one Grand Prix over the years, but none have even had the opportunity to qualify since 1992. Italy's Giovanna Amati, for those of you wondering. So today is very much a new dawn here in Baku.
And Mayer was impressive in qualifying, so let's see what the Grand Prix has in store for her.
Yeah, I have to say, it is quite a tight-knit pack out there. Fierce competition all round. I really wouldn't want to call this one.
Indeed. We've seen some brilliant driving here today, especially from young Callie Mayer. She seems to have made the transition to F1 as if she was born for it.
Okay, Callie, really good start. Keep it up.
I'm not finished yet.
Callie sounding determined as ever as she was in that F2 championship we drove with her, and now we're here in Formula 1 for her debut race. It's going all right so far. P16 Jackson just up the road in P12, so definitely within the realms of us catching him and looking to make the overtake. That's our objective, actually, to catch up to Aiden Jackson before lap 8, and the bonus is to finish in the top 8, so 4 more positions than where Jackson is. We make quick work of De Vries, and we're now on the back of Lando Norris, and I can see on the minimap Jackson just down the road. So we get through these cars and we'll be on Jackson in no time as we get Norris just before we go through the shimmy and shake to the slingshot on the main straight, and looking for DRS here now on Sonoda, and we will get it, and we're deploying ERS all the way down this straight as we reel in Sonoda, and we're going to go for a big send on the inside there. Still clearly reeling from the big sends we did in the Spanish Grand Prix there. And now we've caught up to Aiden Jackson, but things may not be as simple as they seem.
Here comes Callie Mayer closing in on her teammates.
She's practically on top of me. Aiden, calm down. You're on different strategies. Just let Callie pass. Okay, Callie. Aiden's going to let you pass at the next corner. Let's go. Copy.
Will Mayer get past her teammate now? Here she comes. But there's contact! Contact between the two Konnersport drivers. Jackson's out. He gets the worst of it. Mayer's clear.
Oh, Jackson's damage looks bad. I think you're right, Crofty. His race is over.
Mayer seemed to catch Jackson unawares, though. I'm not sure why.
What was that? Why didn't she wait for me to move over on the exit? Okay, Aiden, are you alright? It's just another Butler.
I thought he was letting me through.
Yeah, I know, Callie. I'm sorry about that, but it's happened now. It's over. Let's get your head down and focus. Come on, talk about it later.
Copy.
Aiden Jackson and Butlers. Name a better duo. It could be either Devon Butler or Callie Butler, now known as Callie Mayer. This man cannot stop crashing or having incidents with anyone from that family, it would seem. I don't know whose fault that quite was. It seemed like Callie moved across a bit, but then also Aiden just turned in, or was continuing to turn in like she wasn't even there. So, yeah, very, very odd situation, and a bit of a techie one, really, in Callie's first race, but we're going to have to make up the places and make up for it as we make quick work of George Russell now, as we still have the objective of trying to finish in the top 8 is the bonus. Now that makes a bit more sense of why that was a bonus objective from the get-go, but the main objective is just P10, but we can definitely do better than P10 as we're already there as we look to overtake Sergio Perez, who's going very slow on the mediums, and Lance Stroll on the softs, maybe a harder man to catch a little bit, but we've got the laps. We're lap 9 of 13, so only four whole laps. I say only 4 laps. 4 laps is quite a long time, I feel, in breaking point 2, as there's plenty of pace with the car versus the AI that we race here in this game mode. So we're now up behind Lance Stroll for that bonus P8, and we're going to go through and sling through on the inside, just taking a lot of curve to make sure we get the overtake done and can squeeze them out on the exit. And now we chase after and set our sights on just more and more positions, basically. How high can we go in this race? Of course, we're already in the points, which is pretty historic for Callie Mayer as a woman starting her first Formula 1 race, but can we even get towards maybe even a top 5? That would be insane as we catch up to the 7-time world champion Lewis Hamilton. He's on hard tyres though, we're on the mediums, and like we saw in the My Team career mode episode at Monaco, the different compounds on this year's game make a huge difference. Add in also the difficulty of the hard difficulty on breaking point 2 not being insanely hard. We're going to get past Hamilton with ease up into P6, and then we can chase after Fernando Alonso to try and get a top 5. Maybe even a top 4 could be possible. Piastri is in P4. How the hell has he done that in the McLaren? P4 for the McLaren around Baku. They would be loving life if that was the case in real life, for sure. So I think even a top 4 could be possible, which would be bloody historic for sure for Callie Mayer here. Getting close to Alonso now. Might be tempted by a little dive on the next left-hander, but to be fair, might be better just to wait and get DRS, because then that will shoot us over towards where Piastri is, and he's just up the road actually, 3.3, as we're going to go for the move on Fernando. It's going to be a bit fine on the right-hand side. Alonso gives us the room, and we pass Alonso, and I think we should get DRS, right? Because the detection point was... No, okay, looks like I was wrong. Maybe we overtook him just before the detection point, because Alonso comes back at us and re-overtakes us. Rarity in the Breaking Point story mode for an AI to re-overtake us and give us a good battle, but Alonso does give us that battle as we squeeze him out with the elbows out, and eventually later on lap 12, that's when we'll catch up to Oscar Piastri and look to size up the move just after the castle section, maybe before we get to that left-hander, just before after these long kinks, as we're going to get a good exit and be able to send it through. We've got enough ERS to accelerate past Piastri, who is slow as ever on that exit. So just begs the question how on earth he even got up to P4 in the McLaren that's performing so slow out of those slower corners. Leclerc will win here in Baku. Verstappen second. We can't quite get a podium. That's 4.9 seconds down the road. But it's going to be a pretty damn historic P4. Big points for Callie Mayer in her first race in Formula 1.
Okay, pick up rubber and bring it home.
Well, in spite of the drama amongst those at the top of the standings, so much of the discussion today is centred around Konnersport.
Absolutely, a bittersweet race for them today. One historic debut, one DNF. I mean, you couldn't write it.
And talking of that debut, what did you make of Callie Mayer's first ever start?
Well, I am so excited to see Callie racing in F1. It is great for the sport. She is a phenomenal talent. I can't wait to see what the season holds and her career as a whole.
And if today is anything to go by, the name Callie Mayer is one that we'll be watching with a lot of interest for many years to come.
And do you feel extra pressure at Konnersport? It must be difficult with your dad looking over your shoulder.
Look, it's F1. It's not possible for me to feel any more pressure than I already do. So no, it's not an issue.
Callie, have you felt any pushback from anyone in the F1 world, just with you being the first female driver in the sport?
No, everyone's been amazing. And I'm not the first, I'm just the latest.
How's your brother? Are you really just keeping his seat warm?
You'd have to ask him that. But he is getting the help that he needs. And no, I have no intention of giving up this seat.
What happened out there between you and Aiden today?
It's just a mix-up. I thought he was letting me through on the entry, but he clearly had other ideas.
We spoke to him earlier, and he said it was deliberate on your part. Any comment on that?
It was just a misunderstanding.
You've always gone by Mayer, and now you're in a team financed by your father, driving in your brother's seat. Would you go back to the Butler name?
Should have expected it, right?
I thought you did.
It's not what I mean. I mean, I'm a woman, I get it. I'm happy to talk about it.
And what is it?
Well, it's always the same, isn't it? So you're a woman, and then every question about Dad, about Devon, about the Butler name.
Just forget about it.
Oh, I can never get away from it, can I? The only question about the race was about Aiden.
Well, maybe if we'd let it run a little longer, there would have been...
Casper? Don't defend them.
Sorry, you're right. Sorry.
Look, it's fine. I'll be faster next time.
The incident at Baku, do you think she did it on purpose?
She did do it on purpose. Yeah. Check the footage.
So you didn't warm to her?
We weren't the best of friends, no.
Not the best first race as teammates, you gotta say, but did we ever really think it was going to go smoothly? And we still haven't got to the part where maybe Callie and Devon butt heads eventually if he returns around in the paddock, but that's a question for another day, really. But we've got an incoming call, I think, from her mum.
Hey, Mum.
Callie, I couldn't be prouder, darling. Well done.
Oh, thanks, Mum. It was a good race. Felt great out there.
Oh, it was a good race.
No, what is it?
What do you mean, what is it? What's what?
I can hear it in your voice, Mum. It was a good race.
No, it's nothing.
Go on.
No, it's just that... You didn't do it on purpose, did you? When you clipped poor Aiden.
I can't believe you're even asking me. Did you really raise your daughter to behave like that?
Well, I'm really not sure.
It was an accident, Mum. I'm hanging up.
Oh, of course it was. Bye, darling. Lots of love.
Yeesh. Mother, what was that? That is not what you do. That was awkward. That was not that. I thought of all people, her mum would be like, nah. Yeah, he turned in on you. But clearly, clearly supporting your kids is not really a thing they do in this family. Either a butler or not a butler, basically, it would seem. But yeah, we've definitely made some headlines, and obviously Callie's getting massively questioned by the press after his first race. Interview requests flying in. So it was certainly an interesting debut for Callie Mayer in Formula 1, and now we're here several weeks later at the British Grand Prix, Chapter 12, with an inauspicious start to their new driver lineup. Konnersport hope for more consistency as they head to historic Silverstone.
Hey boss, got another one for you.
But before we get to that, we've got a few bits of admin to do with Casper Ackerman as the team principal. We've got a team interview issue. So there's an issue of Callie refusing to attend a photo shoot and interview if Davidoff is in attendance. So how should we handle that? Either support her by saying we should keep Davidoff away, we can do a compromise, or we can oppose and say that it's complicated, but the team come first, everyone has to be there, and the compromise is we can have the attendance for her, both Aiden and Callie, but we're not going to have Davidoff. So we went with the compromise. I feel like calling off the interview is not on, and then also just making them do it with each other is not great. And then we've got another interview bit, but this is with ourselves, and it's Lucas Weber, our old pal from the original story mode, wants to do a piece, and they're worried about it being a fluff piece if Casper does it with Lucas, being old mates. I don't think so. I think it's going to be a nice little catch-up with Lucas. I'll let Casper have that. But now we've got a call from Andrea.
You seen this latest article doing the rounds today? 3 weeks later and the press are still going with narrative of the rivalry at Konnersport. Still!
They just need an angle for Silverstone. Paid no attention.
But they're right, aren't they? And it's not like Callie and Aiden are sadly treating each other like teammates.
They just need time. It took me a while to warm to Aiden back in the day.
Well, that's because you were a grumpy old man.
Yeah. Well, some things never change, I guess.
Ha! Now you're just grumpier and older. I'll leave you to it. Ciao.
Bye.
Andrea has certainly gotten a lot grouchier this season, that's for sure. But Casper, calm, cool head, all collected. And at the end of the day, they're good friends. So I think at the end there, just a little bit of tongue-in-cheek, sort of, you know, have a good one and we'll carry on. And Casper can try and put out the fire. But we've got articles here questioning, is Devon Butler retired? So now the media and the outside world are getting an inkling about, yeah, maybe Devon's never coming back to Formula 1. But we now go to the British Grand Prix mid-race with the crowd behind both drivers at their home Grand Prix. Callie Mayer is facing stiff competition from her teammate Aiden Jackson.
What is Aiden's problem?
Okay, we'll have a word.
He's been so late into these corners. I have no space out here.
Yeah, we'll talk to him, Callie.
This is still about Baku, isn't it?
Yeah, probably. Aiden seemed like the guy who doesn't let go of a grudge easily. We've seen that from the previous story mode in Breaking Point 1, but he's right ahead of us, and we have a chance to overtake him. Now, we could be a little bit petty and maybe make some contact as well, but I don't think the hatred's quite there from Callie for Aiden as it was for us as Aiden versus Devon. So I think we'll just pass him. We'll do the talking on the track, and we'll overtake him, and we've got bigger fish to fry with the bonus objective of finishing in the top 10. But we've got overtake Jackson before lap 8. I mean, we've done it halfway through lap 7. To be fair, that's not a lot of time to do that first objective, but it then updates about not letting Jackson by. So the objective itself is getting pretty petty with that, but I think we're not going to just not let him by. We're going to continue on, press on, and make as many overtakes as we can as we try and go around the outside of Oscar Piastri at turn 1. He defends quite well, actually, and doesn't give us too much room to work with. We have to go down the inside of Village instead, up to P14. Once again, as we do most of the time with these races in the story mode, I think we'll get points. I think we can try and write a bit of a history of our own within this alternate F1 universe in the Breaking Point 2, as we're going to gun for points, overtake Gasly into the Littlefield section. De Vries next up in P12. I think we'll get a good run on him. towards Kops. Just got to get the right exit and then plant the power, deploy a bit of ERS, get in the slipstream of the AlphaTauri, and then we won't even need to do it really in the corner. We might be able to do it in the brake zone just before, then flick it in, and De Vries is already behind us, and we can get onto the back of Zhou Guanyu in the Alfa Romeo, and then points are right there. It's in the top 10, and that's the bonus objective, but we'll go even further than that and try and gain some more positions. Look at that mini-map, plenty of cars ahead of us to overtake and try and get more positions in this race. Lap 8 to 13, so, you know, 5 laps, the pace we're going at, I reckon maybe a top 5's on the cards as we set the fastest lap of the Grand Prix at our home race as Callie Mayer on the inside. Alonso, again, Alonso's AR gives us a bit more of a fight than some others there as we went wheel to wheel, a little bit of brushing of the wheels into turn 1. In the end, we were the one who blinked last, and now trying to go round the outside and dance the car round the outside of left field of Carlos Sainz, plant the power, and then get the run on Lando Norris and Sergio Perez in the Red Bull and McLaren respectively. Can we get the dive on Norris into Kops? I thought about it, I really did. We get right up the gearbox of him, but probably wouldn't have ended well. Instead, we're going to try and go through into Maggott and Beckett. He gives us a good old squeeze, Lando does, but we keep our foot in it round the outside, and we have faith that he's going to give us enough room to work with. Then DRS straight on Sergio Perez, flying through these cars right now as we lose a bit of time in the second sector, purple first sector, so still some pretty good time in there. The tyres are holding on the mediums, and now we have a chance to get Leclerc, the second Ferrari, not doing too great in this race. Ferrari are Tsunoda flying bloody high in the AlphaTauri here in P5, and Russell up next in P4. We're into a P6 position, and it'll be top 5 now with DRS, a little bit of ERS usage, but we don't have too much battery left in single digits, so we'll save a little bit now to try and make the move on Russell when we can catch up to him. But we've got 3 laps left, so I think Russell and even Ocon are doable, and to be fair, more so because Russell has caught Ocon himself, so these two are battling. Russell going for the move on the outside, and we're going to take it nice and easy, and I'm trying to orchestrate Callie Mayer's very own through goes moment as I try and go down the inside. I was thinking in my head whilst driving there, through goes Callie Mayer. Unfortunately, we couldn't quite get this smooth turn to make both overtakes as I wanted to, but we still got the move done into turn 1 nonetheless to get up into a podium position, and we catch up to Verstappen now on the second last lap of the Grand Prix. Hamilton is just up the road. I was really thinking, could we even win this race? How insane would that be? Winning the British Grand Prix with Callie Mayer at her home race, having beaten Aiden Jackson, her teammate, after the squabbles at Baku. We get Verstappen down the inside of Kops, but unfortunately, on the last lap, it's just a little too much. One more lap, it would have been a 14-lap race, I would have got that, but P2 is absolutely insane.
You see, this is just another example of the Konnersport drivers antagonising each other.
Yeah, but you've got to look at Ackerman as well. He's the one that can sort the situation out so far that he's letting them run wild.
His job is to keep control, and no matter what the season, no matter what the driver, Konnersport just can't seem to gel as a team. So you've got to ask the question, really, what will it take?
Callie, this is your first ever F1 race at Silverstone in front of the home fans. So just try to put into words what that means to you.
Well, if there was a best fans ever answer, I feel like we should definitely go with that. But we've got quite a few good... I mean, they're all pretty good to a question like this about racing in front of your home crowd for the very first time. So we'll go with Dream Comes True.
Yeah, I mean, just to see the number of fans cheering for me really spurred me on today. And I used to come here as a little girl to watch the races, so it really means everything. It's a dream come true, to be honest.
Well, I have to say, it was tight out there once again between you and Aiden. You're not giving each other much space, are you?
Let's go with the very PR answer. We're just both competitive. It's going to happen. Not going to put blame or anything. Just play the party line. It's just good ribbing between teammates. It gets frosty time in time. As long as Baku doesn't happen all the time, then it's fine.
Yeah, well, we're both incredibly competitive drivers. And we're going to have races where we get in each other's way. It happens all the time within teams, you know.
Now, naturally, there has been a lot of speculation about the role of your father, Devon Butler, in securing your seat at Konnersport. Just what do you say to the critics?
I thought this was a slam dunk answer. I'm here because of my talent.
Okay, well, look at Gasly, Leclerc, Russell, and now everyone's suddenly surprised that an F1 team signed an F2 champion. I'm here because I can drive. People need to get a grip.
Well, thank you for chatting with us. Great to have you time.
As we're going to find out, maybe that answer wasn't the best one in terms of Callie's situation with her father paying a lot for the team. Callie manages to get the best of Aiden at the Silverstone, but Konnersport continue to look like a team divided as we go post-race at Silverstone.
Hey, Mum.
Callie,
You saw the interview?
would you like some loving parental advice?
Not really.
Yeah. All this stuff about your father, I mean, you do know there's an element of truth to what they're saying. Like it or not, you've got to acknowledge it.
I don't have to acknowledge anything.
You can't make it go away by ignoring it, Cal. People will say all manner of nonsense if you don't accept it. She's privileged, they'll say. She's out of touch.
I don't care what they say about me.
Of course you do. You're only human.
I'm just here to drive.
If only it were that simple, darling.
Yeah. Look, I've got stuff to do, okay?
Think about it anyway. Lots of love.
So that was a really interesting phone call. That was directly because of the answer we chose. So there's probably different phone calls you could have got there from her mum. And even the article as well, obviously saying, is Mayer out of touch? So I just went for my instinct answer of like, oh, we're here on talent. But I really forgot about all the nuances of, obviously, if you really deep it, you know, Mayer is still probably benefiting from her father being there. Of course, you know, she won F2. We won F2 with her. But that, you know, that alone doesn't get you these seats sometimes. As we well know in Formula 1, there is a lot of privilege involved sometimes with these situations. And that is a jerk reaction answer I gave to just hearing the question. And it's got consequences in terms of a bit of backlash in terms of the press, etc. And even a bit of ribbing from our mum. But I think that was the first time, really, we saw a major answer that gave us different articles. And, well, multiple emails and a different phone call, really. I wish there was a bit more of that, actually, before in the story with some of the answers. Although, to be fair, maybe I've just answered very well in the past, and that was the first time maybe I tripped up and didn't say the best PR-wise sort of answer. But now we move on into the next chapter, and things are just going to keep getting frostier and frostier with Aiden and Callie.
I did not like Aiden. Not at all.
Why not?
I thought he was immature about what happened in Baku. I mean, like, he never really got over it. He was aggressive on track, and the paddock talks. He just wasn't happy at Konnersport. Thought he was too good for the team. He just had a bit of an attitude problem.
It's already complicated. And I've told you they don't need to know.
Well, it's your call, of course. But the dishonesty makes me uncomfortable.
We'll talk about it later. Yes?
Let's make this quick.
Or maybe we could give Casper a bit of our time.
This wasn't scheduled.
What, are you too busy for us now?
Just tell them, Casper.
Andrea, please.
Can we get started?
Yeah, Aiden's got a meeting at Mercedes he needs to get to.
Enough! Enough! Okay? This is what we have to talk about. It has to stop. Understand? If we can't pull together now...
If we can't pull together, we are finished.
Wait, what does that mean?
Andrea...
It means that if we don't finish 5th or higher, Butler Global will pull funding. And I don't think we'll find an investor to replace him. Not now.
Wait, what? Casper?
Yeah, it's true.
Well, then we're finished. Andrea?
We're finished.
So yeah, Dad brought me onto the team and then immediately threatened to shut it down.
Why would he do that?
It's kind of his thing.
So now the drivers know what's at stake for the team. Maybe even more pressure piled on and another thing to worry about. But we go to the Austrian Grand Prix 1 week later with rain forecast at the Austrian Grand Prix. Konnersport are hoping that the gamble of an early pit stop for Callie pays off.
Okay, Callie, I'm sure you've got questions, but we think we know what we're doing here. We've got information that says more rain's coming, and so, because we're the first ones to come and make this change, we can turn it into an advantage. So on your out lap, let's make it all count.
Copy that. We've gone early onto intermediates, and now we need to make the most of it. The track looks pretty dry, to be honest, so this is a gamble, and, you know, from my experience from my team career mode, you know, this is definitely still probably dry tyres, because on this game, it can look so wet and still be fine for slick, so we have gone, indeed, maybe a bit too early, really, on the inters, but that's the whole name of the game with the gamble, and to be fair, it does look a lot wetter now, onto lap 10, into turn 1, getting Pierre Gasly, as our main objective is to beat Alpine and Alfa Romeo in this fight, obviously directly related to that top 5 fifth place championship spot we have to get, otherwise Butler Global is pulling funding for next season for Konnersport, and we are done as a team, so crucial to beat these two midfield teams next to us in the championship. We've got the bonus of, though, finishing in the top 5, so lofty objectives for the bonus goal there, and well, we've got enough laps around Austria here. I think that we can manage it. We're just on the cusp of the top 10 as we get past Kevin Magnussen with a bit better traction out of here. Maybe our inters are working a little bit better than others who have had maybe 1 or 2 less laps there as we overtake Alonso and Zhou Guan Yu in one foul swoop. I wasn't really too sure where the Chinese driver was going to park his car at into turn 1, to be honest, because I didn't know he was going to move back across or not. Thankfully, he stayed right, and we got through right down the inside, and now, awkwardly, we catch up to Aiden Jackson, who's sitting pretty well in P8 here, in some points, but we want to go better, and we overtake him on the left-hand side. It's going to be a little bit close for comfort as we try to go to the inside of Ocon. I knew I had to dive bomb Ocon there, because if I didn't brake late enough, Aiden was still going to be on the inside, and there was going to be another sort of collision and confusion between us two teammates. So a crucial move there to get past both of them, and then we send it on Bottas, scare him off the road, really. He could have done a lot better at slamming the door, and now, well, P5 is Verstappen. They want us to overtake Verstappen for the bonus objective. It now becomes Lance Stroll straight away as we catch up to Verstappen. We send it on Lance, and we get a bit over-aggressive, but I feel like, just like Devon Butler, Callie's got a bit of a stronger side to it with the elbows out kind of racing. But now we look to maybe overtake Verstappen, who does so well in these wet conditions, but we are doing just that little bit better, even despite the hardest difficulty on braking point 2. We are flying with this Konnersport car, and we've got Norris up the road. He also might be in the realm of possibilities for us to overtake. I think P2's maybe a bit far for us, the Ferrari of Leclerc, but I think a podium is possible here at the Austrian GPs. We make light work of the Dutchman, and now set our sights on Lando Norris into lap 15. He seems to love Austria. Obviously, he's gone well in real life and going well here for a podium for McLaren. They're getting a nosebleed probably being in this position as we dummy Lando from going to right to left. Bit of ERS usage, but not too much, because I need some for the exit here as we brake early, and we're going to look for that textbook switchback move. We went to neutral for a moment there, but it won't matter. The switchback is on, get the traction, and use that saved ERS to push away. And onto the last lap of the Grand Prix, I did my hardest to try and catch up to Leclerc. Just wasn't possible. Sergio Perez wins the Austrian GP at the Red Bull Ring. We come home in a podium.
Congratulations, Callie. You keep going like that, you might just prove me wrong yet.
Oh, what's he doing on the radio?
Callie?
She blanked him.
Konnersport really did make the right call. Mayer made the pit stop, changed to wet tyres ahead of everybody else. It was a real turning point in the race.
Yeah, you've got to get these decisions right, and not everyone did today. It's great to see Konnersport taking their chances like that. Wonderful race by Mayer.
If they want to improve on last season, they've got to try and do something different. Well, they did that today. They timed it well. Mayer, well, she continues to impress.
Callie, great race.
What do you mean, prove you wrong?
I was just trying to congratulate you, that's all.
Prove you wrong about what exactly?
I didn't mean anything by it. I was just saying well done.
By reminding me how little you actually believe in me?
Callie?
You are a piece of work.
But it was a great race.
You said you keep him away from me.
I'll talk to him.
How is he getting involved on comms?
Well, he didn't ask, he just did it.
Yeah, he'll do whatever he wants until someone stops him.
I said I'll talk to him. That was a great result out there today. Let's forget about your father, okay?
Yeah. Good. Looks like he's found someone else to talk to anyway.
Mate, Davidoff's everywhere. He's like a wheeler dealer there, talking to Aiden, still giving him some behind closed doors private encouragement straight to his face. But yeah, a bit of a backhanded compliment. I kind of get what Davidoff's saying, but also it wasn't needed. The little quirky way he put it. I can see Callie's side of it, and boy, do those two get into it when they have an argument. Jesus, the family politics in this story and in this team are just too much. I can't imagine Lawrence Stroll and Lance Stroll ever having something as bad as this.
Casper.
Hey, look, I've put measures in place to clamp down on who can access team radio now.
Thanks, I guess.
Look, it turns out your father talked Mark into it. Says something like, "You're not going to keep me off team radio on my own team."
Yeah, well, I guess Mark can be a bit of a pushover at times.
Look, I've stopped Davidoff from attending this press thing later, so that's something at least.
Oh, thanks for that. How did he take it?
Didn't like it. I think he sees all of this as publicity for Butler Global.
Yeah, sounds like Dad.
Yeah. Look, I'll stop by later too, so see you there.
See you there.
Mum. Callie, I just got your text. Prove him wrong, he's got a nerve.
He really gets to me, Mum. I know I shouldn't let him, but I can't bear it.
Him and his little games. Call him out on it, Callie. Say something.
I did, I spoke to him.
And?
He said he didn't mean anything by it. He said I did well today.
Unbelievable.
What else do you expect? An apology? I don't know what to do.
You keep driving, Callie. That's all you can do right now. The rest is just fluff.
If only it were that simple.
Oh, fair point. Don't envy you, darling. Not one bit. I'll leave you be.
Bye, Mum.
So Casper Ackerman and Callie's mum sympathising with the issues here. And to be fair, it is a bit odd that how Davidoff got on the radio. I know he kind of puts money into the team, but obviously if you're telling him don't come in the garage because Callie doesn't want to see you, I doubt she'd want to hear you on the team radio. But I guess he maybe thought, oh, maybe this is the start of some sort of repair of the relationship, and then I'll just give a backhanded compliment and ruin it again. So yeah, it's not looking great. It's not looking like it's going to be like a redemption arc of this relationship. I don't know. I really don't see that happening at any point, really. We've got another warning about being careful about, press and socials, etc. 1 month later at the Italian Grand Prix, the grid heads to Monza. Fractures within the team continue to play Konnersport. Clearly, it is getting a bit tense, a bit frosty there between Callie Mayer and her father. The pressure now that is upon the team with the top 5 goal is known, and that is adding another dynamic to this team. But we've got trouble in the garage. Reports of a confirmation that someone, that a mechanic has been bad-mouthing Callie and calling them out, and she's called them out on it. And the mechanic called her privileged and out of touch. She said she won't make it in F1 because she doesn't understand how punishing it can be. So what do we do? Do nothing or discipline this person? Well, we are a team, so I think we can't do nothing. You know, no matter what the reason you're bad-mouthing, you shouldn't bad-mouth someone in public about your own teammate. Do it in private, whatever. Just hold it to yourself, in my opinion. So we're going to have to discipline that, in my opinion.
Hey.
Guess who's on his way in?
Davidoff?
He just called the office. Arrange him a lunch, he says. He treats the office staff like his personal assistants.
He shouldn't be a drain on our resources. Look, I'll talk to him.
Can you let the garage staff know he'll be wandering around down there, and make sure we have the usual room set up for him?
Yeah, no problem.
Roll out the red carpet. Davidoff's in town. Last I heard he was joining us in Singapore, but today he just shows up.
Don't let him get to you like this. We'll handle him.
Remind me why I went into business with him.
At least you have an F1 team.
For now.
Look, he wants us to succeed.
Doesn't always feel like it, Cass. I'll see you in the meeting.
Yeah.
So Davidoff is unexpectedly turned up to Monza then, and maybe again here to just be a bit of a nuisance maybe to the Konnersport effort, and clearly Andrea is getting a bit frustrated, even Casper agreeing that he shouldn't be a drain on our resources. So yeah, he's just turning up. I guess, you know, maybe if he's wanting them to get P5, he's just turning up to assess the progress on that P5, I guess, basically. But yeah, it looks like the relationship and people talking about Jackson leaving Konnersport, can they carry on as teammates, etc. Has he ever even got on with a teammate? Which is pretty true, you know. Aiden, I think in this story, we've seen him, he's a bit of an arse sometimes. I mean, he does have equal parts to blame in some of these altercations with not getting on with his teammates. And we've got disharmony in the garage, apparently. So this is an update on what happened, basically, with maybe the bad mouthing. And then we've got a spotlight article about Aiden and Callie. This is an update from what we did earlier when we told basically Davidoff to stay away and just focus on Aiden and Callie. Apparently it was very apparent they didn't like each other in the interview, and so that didn't come off great. So that's a little bit frustrating in terms of a negative impact from that, but you just got to move on. You got to make some sort of decision, so you can't make them all right. And we now get on to another situation to deal with as a team principal. Andrea ambushed, so he was ambushed for, you know, his commitment to Formula One, regretting into getting into Formula One, how the team is going. I think do nothing. I think do nothing. We don't need to apologise for Andrea's fiery outburst. We don't need to support him. We just do nothing. He's a big boy. He can deal with the press, and he can, you know, deal with it in his own time. I don't think there's any bother with that. He's his own man. He's the team owner, so let him do what he wants. But now we head to a team meeting ahead of Monza.
Everything else looks fine. It's just about that rear wing.
I don't want to sacrifice any more downforce.
It's okay, it's your call. Now, let's check the weather again in an hour.
Oh, God.
Oi, oi! Did you miss me?
No.
Hello, sis.
Hi, bro.
Jackson.
Devon.
How are you, Devon?
I am excited. Very excited to be involved again. Now, you pretend I'm not here. You carry on, please.
Involved? How?
Oh, you know, just a little bit of this, a little bit of...
Involved? How?
We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out.
Huh. And what does Andrea say to that?
He'll agree, Casper. It's fine.
Okay, no wonder he turned up to Monza.
Were they pleased to see you?
People are always pleased to see me.
And what was your new role?
I guess you might call me a liaison. Yeah, I love to liaise. Dad wanted me to talk to people, keep people's spirits up, give some friendly words of advice, that kind of thing. But it was tough. Yeah, Aiden still had that ego. Still thought he was too good for the team. Wouldn't listen to Casper's advice, that was a problem. And then Andrea, he was worried about the future of the team. He had Dad breathing down his neck. And Callie, well, let's just say Callie wasn't really looking for my advice. The whole thing was a mess. I mean, honestly, I'd only been gone 5 minutes.
It's good to have Devon Butler back, I must say, and he's on top form there. A little bit of comedy in the cutscene there as we go to mid-race now at the Italian Grand Prix. Devon Butler is back with Konnersport, with the brothers' return certain to ruffle a few feathers at the already shaky Konnersport. Callie focuses on the race and the continuing battle with her teammate Aiden Jackson.
The two Konnersport teammates not exactly doing each other any favours this afternoon. For me, they're a little bit too close for comfort.
What is Aiden playing at? Tell him to back off.
Okay, Callie, he knows.
Clearly he doesn't know.
Yeah, same old stuff. Jackson really wants to make a move out there, but Mayer, no chance, not letting him past.
Towards the Curva Grande we go. He's going for it. It's really close. It's too close. There goes Mayer's front wing. Oh, Aiden Jackson, what happened there? This now seems like a running theme at Konnersport.
Yes, this race is critical for them. When are they going to just pull themselves together?
Okay, box please, Callie. Let's get that wing replaced. This is a joke. Box this lap, please. Box this lap. Yeah, copy.
Well, things have certainly gone very downhill. We've got no front wing. What is it with Monza and Breaking Point? We had this in Breaking Point 1, where things were always happening at Monza with Casper and Aiden Jackson, and now it's with Callie Mayer and Aiden Jackson. We've got no front wing, so we've got to pit in and then try and recover positions in this race. It's lap 7, so it's a later pit stop. Not ideal. We're going to fall quite back, but we know we're going to have some mega pace as we have had in the recent parts of this story mode with even the hardest difficulty. This car is just absolutely on fire, it would seem, basically, or the AI just a little bit slow. So we should be able to get up towards that bonus objective of finishing ahead of Jackson. So, yeah, I mean, I think when we get to him, let's just say maybe we give him a little frosty reception if and when we catch him. But right now, we just need to get our main objective of finishing in the points, and then we'll see where Jackson is, because I don't even know where he is now at the moment in this race. But right now, catching up to Nico Hulkenberg. We strapped on this set of soft tyres, so we will be very punchy on these new softs compared to these guys who are going to be on, you know, a couple of laps old medium tyres. We look to make the double pass on Hulkenberg and Yuki Tsunoda to go round the outside before we get to Parabolica, and now chasing after Oscar Piastri and Lance Stroll in P10 up the road. I think this is actually Ocon, sorry. Stroll's P10 is the points-paying positions we're aiming for, so that's the objective. It's now Logan Sargent in the Williams, but we're going to look to try and make the double pounce. Very Daniel Ricciardo or Lewis Hamilton-esque dive bomb there down the inside at Monza here at turn 1 to get up into P11, and now clean air to chase after the points-paying positions, the main objective of today's race at the Italian GP, and then we'll see where Jackson is. So he's not on the minimap right now, so he must be at least minimum P5 then, because Norris is up there in like P8, Alonso, so maybe P6 or P5 maybe for Aiden Jackson. So we've got some work to do still, as Stroll maybe gives us a little bit of squeeze. He thought about moving to the inside, but didn't in the end. And now we catch up to his teammate Fernando Alonso, who's behind Lando Norris, who overtook him just a lap earlier, I think it was. We have DRS on both of them, looking to make the pass on the Spaniard, and then maybe even try the lunge on Lando. It was a bit tough there, because I thought Alonso might have stuck on our inside and maybe made things awkward, but we're going to power past up into P7. And like I said, there is Aiden Jackson in P6 as we catch him at a rate of knots onto lap 11. And like I said, things are going to get frosty as we're going to open up the steering wheel and shove him off wide into the gravel. Aiden Jackson hits the wall. He's in the gravel. It's a warning for collision, but the two of us have come together. It's absolute civil war, just like it was in Hungary when we took out Devon Butler playing as Aiden Jackson. It's all things must be balanced in life, so we take out Aiden Jackson here at Monza because he has been a bit of a whiny little git in recent episodes. I never thought I'd be saying that and leaning on Devon's side, but I can see why Devon finds him annoying, to be honest now, and we've taken him out here at the Italian Grand Prix, and there's going to be absolutely no repercussions for that, thankfully, in the story mode. Things are set for us. De Vries is up in P4. Mate, what are you doing here? What are you doing in P4? Shouldn't you be down like P19 as we overtake him to get into P4? Can we maybe even get on the podium here at Monza and spoil... Oh, we're going to spoil Leclerc's day. We're going to absolutely break Leclerc's heart. He's not going to be on the podium for Ferrari because on the last lap of the Grand Prix, we're neck and neck, and we're going to get the move done with DRS to get up into 3rd place. We've recovered from front wing damage and the extra pit stop up to a podium position. It is absolutely biblical scenes here at the Italian Grand Prix for Callie Mayer. It's misery for Aiden Jackson because you might have noticed we actually made him pit again after his little gravel excavation. Just a little wobble for me in the rear end, that's all it was. And we come through for the podium and a great recovery.
All right, race over. Take care of the car on the way in.
So Mayer managed to pull it back in the end, but if this continues, Konnersport are in real danger of sabotaging their own chances of a decent finish this season.
There is so much talent in that team, and yet they're their own worst enemy. reason they're not making progress is each other. Ridiculous state of affairs.
And it's clear that Jackson continues to be the aggressor. Is it personal, Natalie?
Well, you know, it does seem that way from the outside looking in, but all I know is they just can't go on like this. Now, once again, another eventful race out there today for Konnersport, Callie. Is the team sabotaging its own chance of a decent finish this season?
Gotta go with the PR answer here. We can't go with anything else, but no comment.
Punditry is your job, Natalie. No, I am not here to comment on those kind of narratives. I will stick to driving the car, thank you.
Everyone is talking about Devon's return to Konnersport today, so is it good to have him back around again?
Well, Callie is Devon's sister, so there are quite a few answers that are actually okay. We don't have the one on lock that says, never tell him I said this, but I don't mind having him around. I don't think that will be on brand, but maybe saying he means well, but he's not the easiest person to be around. That's the nice way of saying he's a dick to be around, and he doesn't mean well.
Devon always means well. He just doesn't always have a let's call it a net positive influence on those around him, but he's here because he cares about the sport and he cares about the team.
Well, look, I'm loath to ask how bad your relationship is between you and Aiden, but there's been more contact today, so just enlighten us.
We could say it's not great, but I think for the good of the team, they've had a lot of pressure about this relationship. Let's just say it's fine. Just play it down.
Oh, it's actually fine. People love to speculate and quotes get taken out of context, but there's no problem at all between me and Aiden. I mean, nobody's ever happy when they get in a scrape on track, but to say there's any kind of issue between us is nonsense.
Now, in the past, you've refused to acknowledge the role of your father in getting your current seat at Konnersport. Why is that?
Now, we messed up in a previous interview about this and saying we're here because we can drive. Obviously, you know, Callie has to maybe accept a little bit of the privilege she does have having the father there funding the team, even though she didn't directly get it because of that. But for her, she won't want to talk about it. So in line with that, let's go with no comment. We're not going to say anything stupid, but we're also not going to comment on it because we don't want to talk about the situation.
Okay, I'm not taking any more questions about my father. Ask him about his involvement.
Well, thank you for chatting with us. Great to have your time.
And I think we did a lot better in those interview questions in terms of towing the PR line and doing the best we can for the team. And we go now to post-race of the Italian Grand Prix. The Konnersport teammates continue to shoot themselves in the foot, with Mayer and Jackson getting into another on-track tussle at the Italian Grand Prix. Fortunately, Callie manages to turn it around and finish within the points. But it's clear to all that Konnersport's problems aren't going away anytime soon.
Go on then, let's have it.
That's no way to answer the phone. Media training rule number 1.
Say your piece, mother dearest.
Fine if you want to be like that. You have a problem confronting issues, you'd be better off dealing with them and moving on. There, I said it.
Have you been talking to my therapist?
No, but I'm serious, darling. The more you ignore these questions from the media, the more they'll haunt you.
It's none of their business.
But that's where you're wrong, darling. It's quite literally their business. It's how they make their living.
Whose side are you on here?
Look, I'm trying to help you manage the situation. I know it's not easy.
Yeah, you're certainly right about that.
Anyway, forgive me for sticking my nose in again. I'll let you go, Cal. Ciao.
Hey, Andrew.
Callie, we're so grateful for you smoothing things over in the press with Aiden.
It's for the best, right?
It's better for morale, yes? We can focus on what we need to do. The team functions better.
Well, please take it out.
Some people are not so comfortable with misleading in this way, but we do what needs to be done, yes?
Whatever it takes.
Good. Good. You are Konnersport through and through. Thanks, Callie.
So some interesting phone calls from our mum and Andreo. So Evelyn said, talked directly about us having no comment, and she thinks we need to eventually address the issues with our father. And then with Andreo, that was a positive one. He thanked us for, you know, saying there's no problem between Callie and Aiden, which was the right way to go. So I'm good we could please Andreo and kind of keep the pressure off there a little bit. But clearly, on the other side of things, with the family side, it's been talked about in the media as well. But at the same time, people are also agreeing. Why should she have so many questions aimed at her? That was one of the things from the interview question we gave. But we're going to move that aside as we move on to the next chapter chapter in Chapter 15 several weeks later at the Singapore Grand Prix, with their dysfunction clear for all to see, and with only a handful of races now left in the 2023 season, Konnersport look like a team on the ropes as they head to Singapore. Oh, that is never a good sign as a chapter description, oh no.
Flagging off. Hey.
Ooh. Scared the life out of me, mate.
I didn't mean to. Picking up any tips?
I don't think they like the short straights here.
You didn't mind them, did you?
I love this track. Always do well here. Well, used to.
How are you doing, Devon?
Me? Golden, mate. Loving life.
Yeah, sure.
You know what it's like to leave all this behind, don't you?
Yeah, it's the most difficult thing I've ever done.
Yeah, well, like that. But, I didn't choose this, Casper. I didn't.
I know.
You came back, right? How's it treating you?
Ups and downs.
How's our old teammate doing?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think he's happy here.
He still thinks he belongs in that top team, see? He's never let it go. That's the problem. You know, I could have a word with him. I mean, if you think that might help.
It's all a bit delicate.
Uh-huh. Yeah. Oh, I understand.
No, Devon, I mean it.
Yeah? Scouts on him, mate.
Oh, Devon's come back on form, you know. He's actually quite comical now, and I'm here for it. He's not, you know, he can't do anything driving-wise, so he may as well just be a bit of a court jester in the team and mix it up. So I'm actually liking this new version of Devon who's back and actually willing maybe to mix it up a little bit and maybe even help the team, because to be fair, maybe a chat with Aiden would help things. I don't know. I mean, in his own kind of unique Devon way, but we've got trouble in the garage. So an anonymous source has said that they've talked in the press about Callie's must not be criticised. So this is in response maybe to us disciplining that person. So I'm going to play it cautious now because we need to do damage control. And then we've got Devon Butler, professional motivator. This will affect the bonus objective. Devon's just been in. He said the two had a little chat and you can both agree Aiden needs a bit of extra motivation. Is that true? We can either decline or agree. I'm going to say agree. Go ahead. Have a chat with him. We'll get an extra objective in the race. Maybe because we're driving as Aiden now, I assume that means. But I'd like to see what a chat with Aiden looks like from Devon's perspective in terms of trying to help out. So go ahead. And in terms of the Andrea ambush, it was the correct decision to let him do his own thing. He handled it well and he showed the passion for the team and he came across really well. Job done. Easy stuff.
Andrea.
Did you read his email?
I glanced at it.
He's a sly old fox at that one. Thank you for finding a place for Devon, as if we had a choice, Casper. As if it was our decision.
Yeah, I know.
How's it going with Devon anyway?
Yeah, he's still struggling. But he does really care about the team, so, you know, maybe it'll work out.
Well, that's something at least.
Rather him than his father, right?
Rather neither of them, Casper. Anyway, I'll see you.
Yeah, see you.
Did Casper really want you to talk to Aiden?
I read between the lines. Look, Casper's good at lots of things, but I know people. Yeah, I know how to get in their heads. And I wanted to help Dad, help the team, so,
Leave me alone.
Listen, I'm just saying, mate, if you were such an incredible driver, you wouldn't be at Konnersport, would you? Sorry, it's the truth. No offense.
Well, maybe I won't be here next season.
Dude, you know what your problem is?
Yeah. You.
You think you're better than the team. I remember when Aiden Jackson was just happy to be behind the wheel of an F1 car. We all like that guy far better than this one.
You never liked me.
No. Casper did once upon a time. Now you're different now. You think you're too good for the team. Your head's stuck in some imaginary big 3 seat in cloud cuckoo land, mate. No. You have got to drive the car you're in.
You're lecturing me about ego.
A subject I know well.
Oh, right. I get it. So you're allowed to be cocky, but I'm not. Is that it?
There's a difference.
How can there possibly be a difference?
This isn't you. This isn't you, mate.
Oh, get lost. Be true to myself. Drive the car I'm in. The wisdom of Devon Butler. Should I be living my best life too?
Just drive the car you're in, mate, yeah? Ciao.
You know what? In a weird, funny way, Devon actually... I think that was actually quite a good chat. I think he was actually saying some real hard truths to Aiden. That might just work out as motivation as we go to race day at Singapore, with Devon's words still repeating in his head. A focused and determined Aiden Jackson looks to return to form.
Marina Bay hosted a Grand Prix that briefly ran in the 60s and 70s, but the Garden City re-entered the calendar for good in 2008. We missed it for a couple of years, but it was great to come back to the Singapore Grand Prix. Well, it's a beautiful night here at the Marina Bay circuit, and as ever, a really enthralling Singapore Grand Prix ahead of us.
That's right, Crofty. And while there's not many surprises at the top of the standings right now, there's a lot to watch out for further down the pack.
One driver I'll be definitely keeping my eye on is Konnersport's Aiden Jackson. He's been less than consistent so far this season.
But we're going to try and change that, Crofty, as we go to 5 red lights here at the Singapore Grand Prix. 15 laps ahead of us, lights out, and away we go. Our main objective to finish in the top 5. Our bonus objective, because of our chat with Devon Butler, to finish up in the top 3. We're going to try and do even one better and maybe try and go for this race win from down in what was around P14 to 15, already trying to get up to P12, having a side-by-side moment with Callie Mayer. No issues with her and no incident, but we are getting stuck behind Norris and Ocon, familiar names from our My Team Career Mode series. Can we power past them with a lot of battery use down this straight, getting through on the inside of Ocon and looking to try and set the move up on Lando, but getting boxed in actually by the two drivers. Bit of contact with Ocon, massive slide of oversteer, and in the end we only have to settle for P11. Can't quite get the P10 for Lando Norris, but that will come eventually as we come through where the Singapore sling used to be, and then over the bridge down to the hairpin on the inside and catch Lando napping and up into P10, and we'll do the same to Zhou Guan Yu and get up into P9. Fernando Alonso next on our radar down the inside at turn 1, making fantastic progress, giving us the vibes very much of what we did at the Spanish Grand Prix, if you remember, in this story mode earlier on in this 2023 season, where, you know, Devon obviously had, you know, gone away. We had the reserve driver in the second car, and we went out there, just pushed as hard as we could, and we ended up, you know, winning the Spanish Grand Prix with quite a few laps of just really nothing happening when we got into first place. So getting the same vibes here, that we can maybe hopefully get into first early on and then control the race from there. And it'll be job done as we get Piastri easily, and then we catch up to Leclerc stuck behind Sergio Perez. He is the main objective in terms of the top 5 we want, and then P3 is going to be, I think, the other Ferrari of Carlos Sainz, who is in P3 at the moment in a Mercedes sandwich, as we get Leclerc on the inside. DRS open to close us up to Perez, and we close up at the hairpin for the second bite of the cherry, the second DRS in Sector 2. Battery use as well. Perez has DRS off Verstappen, so we need the extra battery to push us along on the outside to get up into the top 5. And we're only at lap 3, so we've got plenty of time to get this bonus objective done, even if there is a bit of pace in the cars ahead of us. Verstappen's up next, P4, DRS open. We now don't have as much ERS to use, but we could just have the DRS overtake done fair and square here as we lunge it round, roll the car through, really get on the curb there that unsettled it, so we have to finish off the move in the next corner and get the elbows out in first gear to get up into 4th place. And now we set our sights on Russell with the star icon above his head. That's the bonus. Then we've got Sainz in second, and Lewis Hamilton leads the way at the Singapore Grand Prix for the race win, as we are going to send it very aggressively on Russell, determined as ever by those words of Devon Butler. Just drive the car you're in. Well, the car we're in on the hard mode on Breaking Point 2 is pretty damn amazing. So I guess we will drive the car we're in and drive it to P1 maybe as we overtake Carlos Sainz on the outside with DRS lap 5 here. So we're a third of the way through the Grand Prix and we're up into P2, so absolutely stonking progress, and P1 is definitely on the cards, I feel. But Hamilton may put up a bit of a fight. We've got a little bit of tyre wear on these soft tyres now, to be honest, so that's going to be a little bit of a niggle, but we've got DRS. He's going to be a sitting duck, but he's also going to go defensive, Hamilton is. We go around the outside, we try and switch it from left to right, do the dummy. We didn't have too much ERS to use to help us out. We will try and get him on the exit here with a bit of batteries to help us out. Lewis really puts up a fight. Hamilton round the outside squeezes us in and parks it on the next apex. So Hamilton does actually put up a proper fight for this race win in this Singapore Grand Prix. Thankfully, a bit good to see, you know. It's good to see some of the AI actually putting up a bit of a fight in the story mode here as we now have a second chance to overtake Hamilton. This time it's on the main DRS straight, so we're just going to be patient here. Easy does it through the right-hander, get the exit, plant the power, DRS open, and battery being deployed, getting to the inside. Hamilton with the squeeze, but we keep our foot in. We're not scared off the road. We get to the inside line, slight lock-up, but we are going to hold it in P1, and we're going to hold this P1 for the entire rest of the race, and we're going to come through to the last lap of the Grand Prix. Having had that chat with Devon Butler, we have done absolute miracle work by winning this next race, winning the Singapore Grand Prix with Aiden Jackson. That is massive for him as a driver and massive for the team as well. And I guess is redeeming for Devon.
Well, the results are in. There we have it. What a race that was.
The sheer grit and determination shown by some of the drivers out there today, Crofty, was nothing short of incredible.
Elbows out, especially from Aiden Jackson. Loved his race today, and he finally delivered the sort of performance that we know that he's capable of. So whatever they're saying to him over at Konnersport, he seems to be listening to.
Now, Aiden, you have had your ups and downs this season, but tell me, on the whole, are you pleased with your overall performance?
I'm going to go with no, because today's performance should be the normal. You know, that should be the base level. You know, there's no use having this sort of thing and then just, like, dropping off. And he can't say, yeah, I've given it my all season, because he hasn't. Aiden's been a bit piss poor in a couple of these races. So let's go with no. Today's performance should be the normal for me.
Today's race should be a normality, not an exception. You know, if I can get a few more performances like today, then, yeah, I'll be much happier.
Okay, I'm going to be cheeky, go straight for the jugular. If you had to choose a teammate between Callie and Devon, who would it be?
I'm getting into trouble whatever I say here, aren't I? Can I have Casper back as a teammate instead? I'll talk him out of retirement.
Now, Aiden, you have recently hinted that you're not entirely happy at Konnersport. Tell me, is it true?
Gonna go with the PR answer of, it's irrelevant, I've got a job to do. Because I would have said Konnersport my family, but that's not really true. We've seen that he's not really loving the team. So let's just say it's irrelevant, his happiness. Just got to actually do the job that we've given.
My happiness is neither here nor there right now. I've got a job to do this season, and I want to do it the best I can.
There's been wild speculation on whether or not Konnersport can even be on the grid next season. So can you tell us more?
That's a question for the investors. That's not for me, that's not for Aiden, that's not for any of the drivers, it's for investors.
That seems like a question for the investors, but no one's funding Konnersport as a charity. They're funding it as a business. And if a business isn't successful, then there's definitely an issue.
That's great, thank you.
Hi, Davidoff.
Aiden, quite the answer you gave today. Didn't have you pegged as a man of business.
Yeah, I didn't really think anything of it. Of course you need to make money.
Don't we all, Aiden?
Yeah, but Konnersport must be profitable, right?
We're still running the projections for next season.
So it's not certain then?
Time will tell. You said it yourself, it's just business. Thanks, Aiden.
Well, Davidoff there being as cold as ever. It's just business. It always is just business. But, yeah, no, I mean, at least he was a little bit happy about the answer, about us being awareful of that. But we've got Brian emailing us about, well, he just can't get away from commenting on the Butlers. Can't get away from the Butlers, He can't believe Devon's back. And he just wants to say he's seen the GP from the Maldives, dodgy Wi-Fi in the hotel. He's just once again saying that he's on holiday, basically. Great stuff. And then Devon has emailed us going, Casper's talking about your interview today. If I were you, I'd avoid him for a while unless you want another round of media training foisted on you. Not bad out there today, by the way. You keep listening to your old pal Devon, and who knows what you might accomplish. Absolute kit. He's taken all the plaudits, but to be fair, the chat was needed. I think it was actually a pretty good chat from Devon. And so, as we come to the final part of F1 23 Breaking Point 2, can Devon make the difference? He certainly did for Aiden Jackson in the last part at the Singapore Grand Prix, and it looks like he's up for some more words of wisdom now for his sister, Callie Mayer.
Come on, I just want to chat, Cal.
Why? Because he told you to?
Stop making this about him. Just talk to me.
We raced in a lot of the same races growing up, and one of us would always have a better race than the other. So in the car on the way home, one of us would be happy and the other would be completely miserable. There was no middle ground. It was like it was impossible for us both to be happy at the same time. And it's kind of been the same ever since.
Look, it's my job to talk to the drivers, Callie.
Yeah, and who gave you that job?
Why are you being like this? It's not even me you're angry with.
Maybe it is.
Oh, really? This again? We were kids, Callie.
You left me behind.
Come on, what was I supposed to say? Oh, thanks, Dad, for continuing to invest in my career, but I'm afraid I'm going to have to decline, just in case I hurt poor Callie's feelings.
Of course not.
And what?
It didn't have to be a choice, Dev. He had the money to fund both of our careers. I wanted you to fight for me. He never listened to me. He always listened to you.
Well, we were young.
Yeah. But we're adults now.
Yeah. Well, if it's any consolation, I'm not much competition anymore.
You never were.
I'm sorry, Callie. For everything. You were always faster than me. There, I said it.
Nice try.
I mean it.
And did you mean it?
Of course not! Faster than me? No. She was never faster than me. She'd love that. No. But if there's one thing my old man taught me, it's that sometimes people need to hear what they need to hear. You know?
Very sneaky tactics from Devon there as we now come to Chapter 16, 1 month later. Over the last few race weekends, Konnersport have managed to demonstrate some much-needed consistency. The paddock now heads to Brazil for the penultimate race of the season.
Hey, Mom.
Cal, I'm reading more and more about these funding issues.
Only an issue if we don't get fifth, apparently. What do you make of it all?
Well, he won't really do it, surely. I mean, it's only been 2 seasons, for goodness sake. And Konnersport certainly isn't the worst team on the grid.
You have a real way with words, Mum.
What's your father have to say for himself?
I have no idea.
You've still not spoken to him?
I'm sure you can relate.
Yes, but I mean, I don't have to work with the man. Look, you don't have to like him, you only have to talk to him.
You sound like Devon.
Oh, maybe Devon has a point.
Yeah, okay. Thanks, Mum. I'm going now.
Lots of love. Bye.
Maybe Devon does have a point. I think he actually makes some really good points. There's been quite a turnaround in the last 2 parts, having Devon return, and one being quite comical, way more comical than before, and actually imparting some words of wisdom so far for Aiden and Callie. You know, he's speaking some truths there about just having to talk to Davidoff and just work as a team, because you are just working. It doesn't need to turn personal, and, you know, with Aiden obviously driving the car he's in, you know, being determined and just stop and letting go of this pipe dream of a top 3, top 4 team, basically. And, you know, it certainly worked for Aiden at Singapore. Maybe it can work for Callie here going to the Brazilian Grand Prix. You know, it's crunch time. There's only 2 races left for Konnersport to try and do this, to try and survive and keep that 5th place in the championship. And now you've got Callie's mother, Evelyn, also chiming in saying maybe it is worth doing what Devon's saying, and Casper giving us some final words of encouragement before we head on into the penultimate race.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Why are you doing this? I saw him in the paddock. This would have been Sao Paulo. And I finally spoke to him. I just wanted to know why.
There's something's come up. I'll call you back. Callie, so I'm allowed to talk to you now.
Why are you doing this?
Doing what?
Why are you being so hard line about this?
For this to be a worthwhile investment, Konnersport Racing must be successful. It's just business.
It's not, though, is it?
Excuse me?
Well, why am I in the team if it's just business? Why was Devon? You can't keep involving your family in this and then hiding behind it's just business.
This is one of the biggest investments I have ever made. I must take care of the business. Who do you think will inherit it after I'm gone?
Well, Devon. Obviously. I'm not interested in any of it.
These matters are complex, Callie. But they all benefit the business. They all benefit the family. And ultimately, they all benefit you.
You said this the last time you tried to stop me racing. I didn't buy it at 12, and I certainly don't buy it now. I don't understand what goes on in that head of yours. You threatened to end my F1 career, and then you claim it's for my benefit.
Have you any idea how much money I have plowed into the team?
Yeah, that's the thing with you. Money. Nothing changes.
I wouldn't expect you to understand.
No, Dad. I wouldn't expect you to.
You need to be more realistic, that's all. Not everyone survives in F1. You know that.
5th in the standings.
5th.
5th.
A certainly fiery conversation to now set us up going into mid-race. A late safety car has provided Callie Mayer with an opportunity to turn around her fortunes at Interlagos.
Safety car's in this lap. Repeat, the safety car is in this lap. That means it's our chance to shine. Come on, you can do this. Let's go.
No pressure then.
No pressure at all. Securing a top 5 finish is the main objective. I think that should be doable. I mean, depending on how many laps we've actually got of this Brazilian Grand Prix left as we go on to green flag racing, immediately diving down the inside of Alexander Albon. Lap 12 of 18. So, okay, 6 laps to go. We're P13. To be fair, looking at the pace we've had this entire story mode compared to the AI on the hardest difficulty here in this mode, I think that's very, very doable. We've got a bonus of finishing in the top 3 and getting the fastest lap. So absolutely top 5 has got to be in the realm of things because, you know, this whole time we've always aimed for the bonus objective. So a podium and a fast lap of the Grand Prix should help us on the way to securing this top 5 for Konnersport as we make a double dive bomb on Hulkenberg and Zhou Guanyu as everyone's bunched up, obviously, having come off the end of the safety car. I can look at the minimap. I think Fernando Alonso might be leading this Brazilian Grand Prix as we launch it on Logan Sargent from so far back. We're on the soft compound tyre, so as I've said many times before, we know we're going to have the extra pace on the softs versus the mediums. We get down the inside of Aiden Jackson with no issues and no qualms this time, unlike the Italian Grand Prix in the last part, as we now watch Russell and Piastri side by side. The Mercedes gets caught up underneath the rear wing of the McLaren. We get the jump on Russell and then immediately slingshot onto the back straight. No DRS, but we are going to still get the move done on Piastri, all while saving a decent amount of battery as Bottas has a bit of a rear end twitch, facing some tyre wear maybe on the mediums, and we're up up into P5 already, and it's still only lap 13. We're going to get Sergio Perez for P4, and then De Vries in P3. What on earth is De Vries doing in P3? He should be down in like P20. What's going on? He must be having a nosebleed at this moment in time around this Brazilian Grand Prix. So on the inside of De Vries, he'll go, well, a little bit rogue and trying to hit into us into the braking zone, but easy does it. We set the fast lap of the Grand Prix, which is part of the bonus objective as well, remember. And now we're immediately on the back of Pierre Gasly for P2 on the inside, and confirming there, yep, Fernando Alonso is leading this Brazilian Grand Prix. All the Fernando fans' fantasies coming true at the moment, but we're here to ruin the party on lap 14 on to 15 as we chase after the Spaniard going for the move into turn 1. Alonso goes very defensive. We have to go to the outside, and he's defended so well to the point where he's still ahead out the center rest. Obviously wants to try and hold on to the race win, but with 4 laps to go, I think it's pretty inevitable. No DRS for us that time, which I think was peculiar. I don't think we've had DRS this entire race, have we? That's been a bit... I thought there was DRS down that straight, but clearly not, as we get Alonso, though, just with some battery usage, and we'll hold that through to the end of the race to come through for the win at the Brazilian Grand Prix.
Well, what a fantastic race that was. Absolutely loved it. But Natalie, do you think we see Konnersport next season? Rumours say maybe not.
I hope so. I feel like they deserve it. They've been box office for me. They've taken chances, they've been bold in all their moves, and ultimately, that's great for us and for the fans.
Absolutely. Couldn't agree more, but there's not much of the season left, and they'll be hoping they can carry this form into the final stages. Time will tell.
Wow, Callie, a really strong performance out there today. Just tell me, though, how big a role did the safety car play?
Got to go with every race has its opportunities. I mean, that's true. You do get lucky sometimes, and we certainly did with the safety car. You can't deny that.
I just think it's never about the safety car, not really. Every race has its opportunities, whatever form they take. It always comes back to the driver and whether they can make the most of a situation.
Callie, your first F1 season is nearing an end. It must feel like a long road, but clearly you've put a lot into it. And is there anyone else that's been particularly influential this season?
This is an interesting question and an interesting set of answers. We have unlocked the option to go with Davidoff, which I think would go a long way, considering this entire story, she's wanted to not mention her father. So having had that fiery conversation, let's go with Davidoff. Let's actually mention him for the first time in an interview.
Influential. Well, yeah, I'd say my father has been influential, just not necessarily in the best way. I don't mind him funding the team, but I do mind when he starts trying to run it.
And tell me, I'm not sure I could do it, but how has it been working so very closely with your family?
As Evelyn said, her mother, let's just keep it professional. It's working with them. Let's not even, entertain the idea that family politics come into it. It's just work. They're people I work with, and we've got a job to do. We've got a job to try and keep Konnersport in 5th place in the Constructors' Championship, and it's as simple as that.
I treat those relationships as purely professional. Outside of races, that's another matter, but at race weekend, these are people I have to work with to do my job. They may also happen to be family, but that's not something I pay much attention to.
There are rumours circulating that Konnersport may not be around next season. Can you comment?
This is going to be a hard no comment. No comment here. Party line. We don't know what you're on about. I'm not going to answer.
I'm not going to fuel any speculation on that. I'm just going to drive the car and see what happens.
That's great, thank you.
And with that, we now go to 1 week later, Chapter 17. This is the final chapter in this story mode. With Konnersport's future on the line, team principal Casper Ackerman assembles his team one last time before what might be their final race in Formula 1.
Okay, so we are running 2 quite different setups out there today. And you don't need me to tell you how it... You don't need me to tell you how it... Davidoff, that's enough.
I'm sorry?
Get out.
What on earth are you talking about?
I've had an entire season of you whispering in people's ears. I'm asking you to leave the meeting.
You can't be serious.
This is not your team. And after today, it might not even exist. So get out and let those of us who actually care about the result do our jobs.
We'll talk about this later, Ackerman.
You can threaten me after the race.
So be it. Coming, Devon?
Yeah, I'm thinking I might actually stay. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna stay.
Well, that's up to you.
Okay, listen. You all know what's at stake. If we race as individuals today, the team dies. The only way we can survive this, the only way that any of us are coming back next season, is together. We all understand this? No. Aiden, Callie, look at me. You look at me. We understand this, yes? Yeah. If you put yourself ahead of the team today, there's no more team.
Callie, we got this.
Yeah.
And, I'm sorry if I was ever...
Wow.
What?
Are you apologizing?
Yeah.
I will forgive you on one condition.
What's that?
You get your share of the points.
All right. Deal.
Chin up.
Hey, did you find him?
I didn't look too hard, to be honest. Does Davidov ever sulk?
Hard to imagine. Listen, I hope I haven't caused you problems. I snapped it. It was unprofessional.
Ooh, not at all, Casper. It was a delight to watch.
You think it'll affect his decision?
I've given up speculating, Cass. At this stage, nothing would surprise me.
Yeah, well, we better get that result then.
I guess we better add. And good luck today, Casper. Whatever happens, I'm so grateful for all you've done.
Look, it's been my pleasure. Konnersport deserves to succeed.
If the fates are kind, Casper. If the fates are kind. I'm trackside. I'll see you there.
Yeah, cool. I'll be a few minutes.
So when they finally need to, Aiden and Callie are going to put aside their differences and actually work together as they both realise this is it. Like, if they don't get the points they need, it doesn't matter who's quicker, who's better, who deserves to go where, etc. There won't be a team to actually work in, which is nice to see. It was always going to come full circle and come to a point where they're working together, and hopefully Aiden can do his job and we can do our job with Callie. I assume we might actually drive with both of them, as it was the case in the finale of Breaking Point 1, where we drove both as Casper and Aiden Jackson there. And kudos to Casper Ackerman for chucking Davidoff out of the meeting. That might come back to bite him in terms of being fired from the team, but for now he is the team principal, he's the leader, and Dreo liked it as well. So yeah, good to see they can bond over the fact that they both agreed he should have been chucked out of that one. But a nice little Easter egg in the social media place with the virtual @_Arava. I'm really considering sending my CV to Konnersport to take over their strategist, and I'm going to use all the crayons, and I should be a shoo-in. Well, I don't know about the crayons part, but I certainly could do some strategies. You've seen my strategies in my team career mode. I think it's right up our alley, right up our alley. But now this is it then. Mid-race at the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, Chapter 17. With the race underway, both Konnersport teammates lock in as they look to secure the points they need to guarantee the team's future in the sport past the 2023 season.
You know, before a race begins, anything is possible. Anything. On the one hand, you have the true icons of the sport, certain drivers, certain teams who set the pace, who you expect to do well. On the other hand, you have the underdogs. And we are always there, always pushing for another place, another point. Looking for the smallest opportunity, the tiniest mistake we can punish. And in that moment, just before lights out, it's like the world holds its breath, you know? everybody just waits. The air is heavy, you know? And I knew whatever happened, Konnersport had made its mark on the history of the sport. And I was at peace with that.
So you weren't nervous?
Are you kidding?
So we know how it stands right now. But just how different might it be when the checkered flag waves here in Abu Dhabi? And it's lights out, and away we go.
Okay, Aidan, let's see if we can start moving through the field. It's time to push. Come on, you've got this.
Okay, here we go, the final race of this story mode on F1 23. We step into the shoes of Aiden Jackson. We have to overtake Gasly before lap 9. We're in P13, so this is what Callie was alluding to. This is our job today with Aiden. We got to do our part, get the points we need to get, and then Callie can do what she needs to do, and we can both help secure the P5 that Konnersport needs for that funding for next season as we go round the outside of Piastri, aggressive to the apex to get to P12, stroll up the road, we'll get the DRS off him and also close up to Bottas in doing so as well. Both of them, I think we could probably get on this next straight, just need the good exit, plenty of ERS to use as we pull out of the slipstream, open DRS, and we're getting a nice long-range tow on the flying fin as we get to the inside of the Alfa Romeo, and we are flying here as it's lap 5, and now we've already got that 2-second gap to Gasly to try and bridge. So we're going to do this pretty damn rapidly as we get past Logan Sargent through under the hotel tunnel as he's under blue flags. Thankfully, no funny business with the Williams crashing in that corner this year, I hope, and it would seem so far as we now catch up to the Frenchman. What we need to do so far in this race, get Gasly, but I'm sure there's maybe more to come from this race, and I'm sure at some point switching over to driving as Callie, who I believe at the moment is behind us as we go for the move on the Frenchman. I actually forgot to open DRS there. I thought I clicked it, but the heads-up display is quite confusing this year because both of the activated and unactivated things look the same in my opinion. But we go for the Nico Rosberg style, little pinch in, switch it back, get the better exit. This time we do activate DRS properly and we're using all of our battery down to 1% to try and get this done because Gasly keeps his nose in there. But we get the position, we're into the points, but there's more drama to come.
Down the main straight we go. Here goes Jackson again, moving up the field. What a great race for him.
Yeah, it really is so far, Croft. I mean, it's a circuit he really enjoys. Remember the race in 2021 that he put together there? It was fantastic stuff back then.
Who could forget it? Konnersport need a performance just like that today. Mayer's doing okay. Jackson really delivering.
Great stuff, Aidan. Come on, I think we can get one more place here. Push, push. Something's not right. Assessing, stand by. I'm losing speed.
Heading down the back straight now. He's in a great spot, but hang on, he's slowing. He's slowing. Something is very, very wrong.
Yeah, I think he's got a problem here, Crofty. I wonder what it is. Could it be engine related?
Look, they're throwing their hands in the air on the pit wall, and he's out.
And yeah, that's the engine gone.
2023 is over for Aiden Jackson. It's a dramatic exit, and it wasn't what he was hoping for.
Something happened up there?
Yeah, engine failure, I'm afraid. Aiden is out of this race. Repeat, Aiden's out of the race. Did you get that?
Aiden's out. I heard.
What? Let me speak to him.
Why?
Just give me the headset.
Sure about this?
I'm sure about everything.
That's what concerns me.
Kelly.
Devon?
Yeah, we've had a chat. We think it's best if you don't push the car too hard.
What? Why?
Look, you're way back, Cal, okay? We don't want to blow your engine too, so just cruise it in and finish the race.
It's got to be realistic here. Copy.
Sorry, is this a team order?
No, Casper agrees. It's just not going to make up that much ground. It can't be done. Just cruise it in, Cal. Trust me, you watch her go.
see you all at the finish line.
Devon Butler really turning into a pretty damn good manager of the people. He knew exactly what buttons to press to make Callie go quicker. And it's working as we get past Gasly ourselves now, driving as Mayer into P9. And the task is simple. Finish 4th or above. No bonus objective, because this is the only main objective that matters today. Getting P4 and securing enough points to get 5th in the Constructors' Championship. It's lap 8 out of 15, so we've got 7 laps to go. We're going to waste no time at all, though. Flying down the inside of Russell, who does give us a bit of a fight on the exit as we're easy on throttle to make sure we don't spin up the rear. But we're into P9 and already on the back of Sergio Perez in the Red Bull on lap 9. And we're flying with the purple first sector. DRS open. This should be a pretty simple pass on the Red Bull, but we've still got some bigger fish to fry to get up into P4 in this race. Perez, Perez with a bit of an aggressive comeback at us. We squeezed him a bit, and he did not like that. As soon as I squeezed him, he moved right, and we banged tyres. Thankfully, no damage for us, and we close up now to Ocon and Hamilton close together. The Alpine and Mercedes there for the taking as we go on to lap 10. We're going to send it on the Frenchman, take him a bit wide just to make sure we book in the position, and now chasing after the 7-time world champion Hamilton in the Mercedes. Not quite the fastest lap because we got held up a little bit in that last sector by those two, but can we try and get Lewis now into the hairpin as we're trying to weave about, find that space. The left-hand side won't work, maybe the right, no, the left. Hamilton making us guess. We're making Hamilton guess as well equally as we now go to the inside. Missed the apex a little bit, but we take Lewis wide and we definitely kind of confused him a bit by going left, right, left, and then getting the move. But the thing is, Hamilton is the one with DRS here. So I look behind me and Lewis comes back at me. So here in the final race, the AI finally being a bit punchy maybe to try and re-overtake us. Hamilton back down the inside. We go for the switchback from right to left on the outside on the exit, and we're going to floor it away and now chase after Carlos Sainz in the Ferrari. Now technically he is the position we need today to try and finish this objective, but he's going for the move on Fernando Alonso, maybe turning the Aston Martin into the position we need. They bang tyres. Alonso's on the softs and he brake checks us a little bit into that right-hander, but we're going to get the exit. We've got DRS. Alonso does as well. Is he going to make a pass on the Ferrari as we go for the move on him? Maybe so. Can we thread this through? No. They're actually a mobile chicane. These two are blocking the path. Where are we going to go? Alonso on the outside. We're going to try now go through both of them as we do manage to cut through both the Ferrari and the Aston. Sainz very aggressive on the exit, but we're going to get the elbow out and make a pretty fabulous pass. But this could have ended pretty badly because these two are quite focused on each other, so we have to really try and choose our moment. And Sainz, to be fair to him, really came back at us through that right-hander, but we get the elbow out, and now it's, as we have been this entire story mode, the objective itself, it's not enough. We want more. We want more from this race. So now we dive it on Leclerc. He turns in like we're not even there. But we again go for that Rosberg tactic of making them go deep into the corner, getting the better exit, getting on throttle earlier, opening DRS and trying to power pass. But the Ferrari's actually got some legs on it. I don't have too much ERS to use. You can see I'm not even deploying the battery because we're in single digits and I want to save enough to try and chase after this man, Max Verstappen, onto the second last lap of the Grand Prix. We're going to try and bow out of this story mode in style, not just getting the P4, but getting the race win at the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix to secure Konnersport's future in Formula 1 in this story. As we fake to the left, go to the right, Verstappen, stern on the defence, parks the car on both apexes. Good defence from the Dutchman. So instead we wait for the second bite, the cherry. DRS open again. Max goes to the right-hand side. We go to the inside. He's going to squeeze us a bit to the left. We squeeze him back as we have a little tango with the double world champion on the inside. Max is still there though. He's still there in the mirrors somewhere, and the proximity arrow, and the Red Bull gets the launch. He has a look. Didn't think about it though, but instead he sends it back at us through the hairpin in a very similar move to the one Max tried or succeeded to do in 2021 against Hamilton. This time it hasn't worked against us as we stay ahead, but Max has the DRS. He's the chaser this time, and he gets back ahead of us on the last lap of the Grand Prix this is. So this is for all the marbles. This is it. We're going to stick behind Verstappen on purpose to make sure we get the slipstream. He's a bit slow through the left-hander. He got over the curb a little bit, so we're going to get the better exit, bit of battery use, bit of contact made as we get the elbow out, and now side by side, we're the ones with DRS though down this straight, so this should be a simple case of just trying to outbrake him and squeeze him out. The Red Bull tries to hang it round the outside. He's actually still ahead of us technically. This is an absolutely biblical battle for first place in the last race in this story mode. Verstappen on the inside still, we're neck and neck. We're trying to go side by side in the last sector under the hotel bridge. We're going to squeeze out Max in the third last corner, and at the death of it, we're going to do it. We're not just going to get enough to secure the future of Konnersport. We're going to win the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix with Callie Mayer.
And to the checker flag for one final time. That is some race from Callie Mayer.
What an incredible performance by her today. Konnersport sure will be very delighted with that one.
And if you believe the rumours, Ant, this is a team whose future has been in doubt. Surely, though, they've done enough to return next season. I think they've been wonderful to watch.
Post-race at the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, elation. With Aiden having to retire due to engine problems, Callie puts the team on her back and manages to drag the Konnersport car kicking and screaming across the line in a miraculous finish that secures 5th place in the constructors' standings for the team.
Hey, Devon.
Not bad today, sis. Not bad at all.
You did that on purpose.
Did what on purpose?
Oh, come on, Dev. Cruise it in.
I don't know what you're talking about, mate. Technically, you went against the team order. It's poor form, that.
I can't believe I missed it at the time. It seems so obvious now.
Listen, you want to lay off the sauce, Cal. Seriously, it's a bit embarrassing. I mean...
I'm surprised Casper let you, to be honest. Really surprised.
Okay, I'm going now, because you're not making any sense. Okay? Ciao!
Yeah, ciao. Dad.
California.
That good enough for you?
Look, I thought we maybe could grab a coffee tomorrow before we head off. My flight's not till 3.
Yeah,
Have a chat, talk about next season. It'd be good for us. Well, think about it anyway. The offer stands.
You make it sound like a negotiation.
It always is with us, Callie. You let me know.
And now it's time to finish off the season and this story mode.
It was amazing. I'm not sure I've ever seen a race like that. I was wrong about Callie.
And how did you feel about the engine failure?
There's no such thing as the perfect car. The one that failed us was the same one that got us here in the first place. So, you've just got to drive the car you're in.
Everyone's an individual, which means that everyone is motivated a little differently. Take Devon as an example. He always responds well to having his ego brushed, to being told that he's the best. His greatest fear is failure, so it gives him further to fall, keeps him hungry. Callie, on the other hand, has an innate drive to prove people wrong. If someone tells her something's not possible, she'll do everything in her power to achieve it. A sort of stubborn determination that can be harnessed. And then there's Aiden. I mean, when he started in F1, people thought he was a nice guy, but he was incredibly ambitious. It's just what makes Aiden tick. Which is why I may have started a rumor or two about interest from other teams during his time at Konnersport. To stoke that ambition. Keep his eyes on the horizon.
A lot of people might see that as manipulative, wouldn't you agree?
Well, of course. Motivation is manipulation. It's the same thing.
Is it?
Look, the end justifies the means. After all, it's just business.
Looking forward to next season?
Just let me at it.
Will you stay next season?
I've told Casper I'll stay if he does.
Do you still have a job after your run-in with Davidoff?
Well, we'll see.
We did it! We secured the funding! What a team!
And that's all that matters.
Right now, yes, that's all that matters.
Okay, so, we done? Yeah? Cool.